Welcome to Daily Story. Behind every profile picture is a life, a secret, a past. Some stories make us laugh, some make us cry, and some make us shiver. From heartwarming connections to chilling encounters, this is where you will hear the true tales of Tinder and the dating app world. Let us begin. The world, for me, had become a landscape of shadows and potential threats. Every face was a mask, every kind gesture a possible trap. After Mark, after Ethan, after Laura, trust was not just a luxury, it was a delusion. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage, and the silence often amplified the echoes of Laura's last breath or the rustle of leaves as Mark chased me through the woods. Weeks bled into months, each one a slow, agonizing grind. I tried to work, tried to live, but it was like moving through thick mud, every action a monumental effort. My therapist, bless her patient soul, kept telling me to find connection, to slowly re-engage. Isolation is a powerful current, pulling you further out to sea, she would say, her voice gentle but firm. You need an anchor. An anchor. The idea sounded appealing, terrifying, and utterly impossible all at once. But the crushing weight of loneliness, the way it pressed down on me day and night, eventually became almost as unbearable as the fear itself. So, one particularly bleak Tuesday evening, staring at the ceiling, I did something incredibly stupid. I re-downloaded Tinder. Again, it felt like a surrender, a desperate plea to the universe for a moment of normal human interaction, even if it was just a fleeting, superficial one. I swiped, mostly with detached numbness, past dozens of faces, each one a potential monster or a potential victim. Then I saw her. Her name was Sarah. Her profile picture showed a woman with warm, intelligent eyes and a kind smile. She had light brown hair, pulled back casually, and a smattering of freckles across her nose. Her bio was simple, something about loving hiking in old movies. She looked safe, unthreatening, the very definition of what I craved. We matched. My heart did a little jolt, a mixture of apprehension and a tiny, almost imperceptible spark of hope. We exchanged a few messages, and her replies were quick, witty, and genuinely engaging. She did not ask anything too personal, did not push any boundaries. It was just normal, and normal felt like a lifeline. After a few days of texting, I suggested meeting for a drink. My therapist would have been proud. She agreed, suggesting a quiet bar downtown, a place I would actually been to before and felt relatively comfortable in. We set a date for Friday evening. All day Friday, my stomach was a knot of anxiety. Part of me screamed, "Do not go. It is a trap." But another, smaller, more fragile part whispered, "Maybe this time. Maybe we'll be okay." I picked out a clean shirt, tried to tame my perpetually messy hair, and even managed a shaky smile at my reflection. It looked foreign, almost alien. The bar was dimly lit, cozy, with soft jazz playing in the background. I arrived a few minutes early, found a booth in a corner where I could see the entrance, and ordered a sparkling water. My hands were clammy. Every person who walked in, every shadow that shifted, sent a jolt through me. Then she walked in. She was exactly like her pictures, perhaps even prettier in person. Her smile was genuine, lighting up her eyes. She wore a simple dark dress, nothing flashy, and carried a small purse. She spotted me, offered a little wave, and walked over. "Hey," she said, her voice soft and pleasant. "You must be narrator's name." I stood up, feeling awkward and stiff. "That is me, and you must be Sarah. It is good to finally meet you." She slid into the booth opposite me, her movements graceful. "It is. Thanks for suggesting this place. It is really nice." We ordered drinks, she got a glass of red wine, and the conversation started easily enough. We talked about our jobs, about the city, about mundane things like favorite coffee shops and recent movies. She was easy to talk to, a good listener, and she laughed at my admittedly lame jokes. For a while, I actually forgot to be terrified. for a precious few minutes. I almost felt normal. Then, about 20 minutes into our conversation, after a lull where we both took sips of our drinks, she looked at me, her smile still warm, but with a new, almost contemplative glint in her eyes. You know, she began, her voice a little lower now, it is funny, being here with you again. My heart skipped a beat. Again, I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but a cold tendril of unease was already snaking its way up my spine. I am pretty sure this is our first time meeting. Sarah, she chuckled, a soft, pleasant sound. Oh no, it is not. Not really. I mean, it has been a while, but I definitely remember our first date. I felt a sudden, dizzying sensation. My mind raced, frantically sifting through memories. Had I forgotten someone? Was she a friend of an ex? Someone I would met at a party and completely blanked on. My memory, since everything had been fractured, unreliable. But a whole date, that seemed unlikely. I am sorry, I said, forcing a smile that felt like a grimace. I really do not remember. Are you sure you are thinking of me? Maybe someone who looks like me. She shook her head, still smiling, but her eyes held a spark of something I could not quite place. Amusement. Insistence. No, it was definitely you. I remember this bar, actually. It was a Thursday. You wore that dark blue sweater, the one with the little subtle pattern on the sleeves. And you ordered a bourbon on the rocks, not sparkling water. The details were unsettling. I did have a dark blue sweater with a subtle pattern, and I did sometimes order bourbon on the rocks. But I had not worn that sweater in months, and I had not touched bourbon since I started trying to stay sober and clear-headed after everything. I really do not think so. Sarah, I insisted, my voice losing some of its forced lightness. I have not worn that sweater in ages, and I rarely drink bourbon anymore. She leaned forward slightly, her smile unwavering. Oh, you did then. And we talked for hours. You told me about your work, about how you were feeling a little lost. And I told you about my dream of opening a small art gallery. My breath caught in my throat. I had told someone I was feeling lost. My therapist, and a very close friend who lived out of state, and I had not seen in years. But I would never discuss it on a first date. And the art gallery dream, I had no recollection of her saying that. Sarah, I said, my voice barely a whisper now, the pleasant jazz music, suddenly sounding like a mocking laugh. I truly do not remember any of this. Are you positive you are not mistaking me for someone else? She reached across the table, her hand resting lightly on mine. Her touch was warm, but it felt like ice against my skin. Of course I am positive. How could I forget? We had a really good connection. You even walked me home. Remember, my apartment was just a few blocks from here. You said you liked the way the streetlights cast long, shadows on the brick buildings. My mind was screaming. My apartment was a few blocks from here, and I did like the way the streetlights cast long shadows. But I had never walked anyone home from this bar. Not ever. I pulled my hand back, subtly trying not to make it obvious, but needing to break the contact. I am sorry, I said, my voice hoarse. I think I would remember walking someone home, especially from a first date. Her smile finally faltered, just a fraction. A flicker of something else crossed her face. Annoyance, disappointment, or something colder. You know, she said, her voice still soft, but now with an edge I had not noticed before. You always did have a bit of a selective memory, especially when things got a little intense. The word intense hit me like a physical blow. My mind immediately flashed to Laura, to Ethan, to Mark. My body tensed, every muscle coiling. What do you mean, intense? I asked, my voice tight. She leaned back, taking a slow sip of her wine, her eyes never leaving mine. Oh, just you tend to push away things that make you uncomfortable. You build walls. It is a defense mechanism, I suppose, to protect yourself from seeing things you do not want to see. The air in the bar suddenly felt thick, suffocating. The jazz music was a distant hum. All I could hear was a frantic pounding of my own heart. This was not normal. This was not a mistaken identity. This was something else. Something predatory. Are you stalking me? Sarah, the words were out before I could stop them, raw and full of fear that had become my constant companion. Her smile returned, wider now, but it did not reach her eyes. Her eyes were like dark, knowing pools. Stalking. No, not at all. I am just reminding you. You forget so much. Do not you. All the things you do not want to face. All the things you would rather pretend never happened. She was talking about Ethan, about Laura, about my perceived powerlessness, about the way my mind had twisted reality to protect itself. How could she possibly know that? A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My hands started to shake. I wanted to bolt, to run out of the bar and never look back. But my feet felt rooted to the floor. How do you know about that? I whispered, the words barely audible. She tilted her head, like a bird observing an interesting bug. Know about what exactly? Your tendency to rewrite history. Or the things you are trying to forget. The things I am trying to forget. I stammered. How do you know about Laura? About Ethan? Her smile widened further, a slow, deliberate stretching of her lips that showed just a hint of teeth. Laura. Oh, yes. A tragic accident. Was not it? You were such a good witness. So observant. Even if you did try to convince yourself you were the one responsible. My blood ran cold. My entire world tilted. This was not a blind date. This was not even a stalker. This was something far, far worse. This was impossible. Who are you? I demanded, my voice trembling now, fear taking over completely. She laughed, a low, guttural sound that was completely unlike her earlier pleasant chuckles. It was a sound that seemed to scrape against the very fabric of the quiet bar, though no one else seemed to notice. The other patrons were still chatting, still laughing, oblivious. I am Sarah, she said, her eyes glinting with malevolent amusement. And I have been on a date with you many times, in many different forms. Each time you forget, each time you try to move on, and each time I remind you. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and confusion. Many times, different forms. Was I hallucinating? Was this a breakdown? The trauma, the isolation, was it finally manifesting in some horrifying delusion? No, I said, shaking my head violently. No, that is not possible. I have never seen you before tonight. Oh, but you have, she countered, her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow cut through the ambient noise more effectively than a shout. Remember that girl in college? The one who swore she saw you in 2 places at once. The one who said you had a strange way of looking at her, like you knew all her secrets, even though you had just met. A memory, faint and unsettling, flickered in my mind. A girl in my freshman year. I would gone on 1 coffee date with her. She would broken off, saying I gave her the creeps, that I seemed to know things about her she had not told anyone. I would dismiss it as her being overly sensitive, or maybe just a bad excuse to end things. And what about that woman at the bookstore last year? Sarah continued, her gaze piercing. The one who kept bumping into you, who you thought was just clumsy. She tried to tell you something, did not she, about how you always seemed to be right where she was, even when she went out of her way to avoid you. I remembered that too. A few months before Emily, before everything exploded. A woman with dark, intense eyes who seemed to be everywhere I was. I would thought it was just coincidence, a weird string of chance encounters. I would even start to feel a little paranoid. But then the Ethan nightmare took over, and I would have forgotten all about her. Those were different people. I stammered, clutching at the last vestiges of my sanity. Those were not you. She leaned back again, taking another slow sip of her wine. Oh, they were me, and they were not. It is all a matter of perspective, is not it? You see what you want to see. You forget what you want to forget. But I remember it all. Every time you try to find connection, every time you try to escape the darkness, I am there, waiting, watching. My entire body was trembling. This was not a person. This was an entity, a manifestation of my deepest fears, a living embodiment of the trauma that had warped my perception of reality. Or was it real? Was this some kind of supernatural tormentor, designed to keep me perpetually trapped in my own personal hell? Why? I managed to choke out. Why are you doing this? Her smile softened, but it was a chilling, predatory softening. Because you are interesting. You are broken, but you keep trying to fix yourself. You keep trying to escape. And every time you reach out, you pull me closer. You invite me in. She gestured around the bar, a subtle sweep of her hand. You think you are here for a date, but you are here because you are lonely, because you are desperate for someone to understand, for someone to see the real you, the broken you, and not run away. My eyes darted around the room. No one was looking at us. The bartender was wiping down the counter. A couple in the next booth was laughing. They could not hear this. They could not see the terror in my eyes or the chilling malevolence in hers. I do not understand. I whispered, my voice thick with despair. Oh, you will, she said, her voice dropping to a near inaudible murmur that nevertheless resonated deep in my bones. Eventually, you will remember all of our dates, all the times you tried to connect, all the times you tried to forget, and you will realize that I have always been there, in the periphery, in the shadows, just waiting for you to invite me in again. She finished her wine, setting the glass down with a soft clink that sounded like a gunshot in my ears. Then she slowly, deliberately, reached into her small purse. My heart leaped into my throat. Was she going to pull out a weapon? Was this the end? She pulled out a small, folded piece of paper. She pushed it across the table towards me. Here, she said, her voice completely devoid of its earlier warmth, a flat, chilling monotone. A little reminder, just in case you forget this date. 2. My eyes were glued to the paper. My hand trembled as I reached for it, my fingers brushing against hers, and this time, her touch felt like death itself. I unfolded the paper. It was a photograph of me, sitting in this very booth, wearing that dark blue sweater with the subtle pattern, a bourbon on the rocks in front of me, and smiling, a genuine, unguarded smile that I had not seen on my own face in years. Next to me, a hand was resting on my arm, a woman's hand. Her face was out of frame, but I could see the edge of her sleeve. It was the dark dress she was wearing tonight, and scrawled on the back of the photo, in elegant, looping script, were 2 words are first. My breath hitched. This was impossible. This was a nightmare. This was a complete and utter violation of everything I thought I knew about reality. I looked up at her, my eyes wide with terror. She was standing now, gracefully, her purse clutched in her hand. Her smile was gone. Her face was a mask of cold, knowing indifference. Remember, she said, her voice a low, final whisper that seemed to echo in the sudden silence of my mind. You invited me. Then, she turned and walked away. I watched her go, my body frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. She walked past the bar, past a laughing couple, past the bartender, and out the door. No one looked up. No one seemed to notice her departure. It was as if she had simply dissolved. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, the photograph clutched in my trembling hand. The jazz music played on. The low hum of conversation continued around me. But the world had gone silent. My mind was a terrifying blank, then a chaotic storm. Was it real? Was any of it real? Had she always been there? In different faces, different forms, always lurking, always waiting for me to try and reach out, only to pull me back into the abyss of my own shattered mind. I looked down at the photograph again. My smiling face stared back at me, a ghost from a past I could not remember. And the hand on my arm, I felt a cold, creeping sensation, a profound dread that settled deep in my bones. It was not just a hand. It was her hand. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it was not the first time. And it would not be the last. The world outside my apartment had felt dangerous before. Now, it felt like a living, breathing entity, watching me, waiting for me to slip up, to reach out, to invite the darkness in again. I was no longer just a witness to horror. I was its unwitting host, constantly setting the table for its next visit. I finally managed to push myself up from the booth, my legs feeling like lead. I left the sparkling water untouched, the photograph still clutched in my hand. I walked out of the bar into the cool night air, but the feeling of her eyes on me, of her knowing smile, lingered. I did not look back. I just walked faster and faster until I was almost running, the city lights blurring around me. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not go home. Not yet. Not when the invitation had just been accepted. Not when she was out there, somewhere waiting for our next date. And I knew with a sickening certainty that I would forget her again, and I would invite her in again. And the cycle would continue forever. The monsters did not just walk among us. They wore the faces of strangers. And sometimes they wore the faces of the ones you thought you were meeting for the very first time. And sometimes they were already inside. The air in that house was like a physical weight, pressing down on me, stealing what little breath I had left. Alex, no. Ben stood before me, his face the kind, crinkled face of the diner owner now a mask of chilling indifference. He would just admitted to everything, to ripping my life apart, to being the architect of this waking nightmare. The sailboat painting on the wall, the carved wooden elephant on the mantelpiece, they were not just familiar, they were like punches to the gut, each one rattling loose a fragment of a life I would barely begun to remember. This was Ethan's house. This was my life, and he had taken it. "You are tired," he said, his voice still that smooth, reassuring baritone, but now it was laced with something predatory, something utterly devoid of humanity. "You've been fighting it for so long. Just let go." It he referred to as a lethargy, the insidious fog that had been trying to claim my mind for weeks, for months. It was thick in the air now, a palpable force pushing against my eyelids, whispering promises of oblivion. My limbs felt heavy, my thoughts sluggish, like wading through deep mud. But Sarah, the name was a spark, a tiny ember in the encroaching darkness, and I clung to it with everything I had. Sarah was real. My life before him was real. No, I rasped, the word a pathetic wheeze against the silence of the room. My throat was dry, my voice barely audible. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the closed front door. It was solid, unyielding. I would try the knob the moment I stepped in, a nervous habit, and it had been locked then. Now, with him standing there, it felt like a vault door. "It is not a prison, really," he said, a faint, almost pitying smile touching his lips. "More like a sanctuary. For you, for us." He gestured around the living room, at the worn armchair, the overflowing bookshelf, the faint scent of old paper and wood polish that was so achingly familiar it made my stomach clench. "Everything you remember, everything you love, it is all here. I just curated it for you." My blood ran cold. Curated. He had not just stolen my life, he would arranged it. He would pick up the pieces he would shattered and put them back together in his own twisted design, for his own sick pleasure. "Why?" I whispered, the single word an accusation, a plea, a desperate attempt to understand the incomprehensible. He sighed, a sound of gentle exasperation. because you were adrift. You needed direction, purpose, and I needed a vessel. A way to experience the world. Truly, you have a beautiful life, a rich tapestry of experiences. I just wanted to wear it, to feel it. He paused, his gaze sweeping over me, lingering for a moment on my face. And who better to appreciate it than the original? You, watching it unfold, seeing how perfectly I can inhabit your skin. The horror of his words was a physical blow. He did not just want to replace me. He wanted me to witness him becoming me. He wanted me to fade into nothingness, a ghost in my own stolen house, while he lived my life, wore my face, and experienced everything I had built. The thought was so profoundly sickening, so utterly perverse, that for a moment, the lethargy receded, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. You are insane. I choked out, a tremor running through my entire body. He chuckled softly. Perhaps, but a very effective insane. Look around, my dear. What do you see? I forced myself to look, really look past the initial shock. The room was immaculate, eerily so. Every book perfectly aligned, every cushion plump, every surface gleaming. It was Ethan's house, but polished, sanitized, like a museum exhibit. It lacked the subtle clutter, the lived-in warmth, the faint scent of coffee, and whatever experimental dish Ethan was cooking. It was a perfect replica, and that made it infinitely more terrifying than ruin. It is a lie, I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge. All of it. You are a lie. He walked over to the bookshelf, his movements fluid, unhurried. He picked up a small leather-bound journal. This is your journal. Is not it? From your trip to Italy. You wrote about the frescoes, the gelato, the way the light hit the Arno at sunset. He opened it, flipping through the pages. Such vivid descriptions. I have read it countless times. I know your thoughts, your dreams, your little anxieties. I know you. My stomach churned. That journal. It was real. I remembered buying it, the feel of the soft leather, the faint smell of the paper. But I had not thought about it in how long. He would stolen even my private thoughts, my innermost world. You do not know me. I spat, forcing myself to stand straighter, to meet his gaze, even as every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to hide. You know pieces. Fragments. You do not know my soul. His smile widened, a truly chilling sight. Oh, but I will. Every last nuance. And then you will be free. He closed the journal with a soft thud and set it back on the shelf. Free from the burden of identity. Free to simply be, or not be. The implication hung in the air, cold and heavy. He was not just talking about fading into oblivion. He was talking about total erasure. This was not just about control. It was about annihilation. And the lethargy, the constant, suffocating wave, was his primary weapon. It was designed to make me compliant, to make me forget, to make me accept. I had to fight it. I had to fight him. My eyes darted around the room, searching, desperate. The front door was a no-go. The windows were large, old-fashioned, but they looked securely latched and the glass seemed thick. I was on the ground floor, but the ground sloped away slightly, making the drop a bit more than a simple step. And even if I got out, where would I go? This was a small town, isolated. He was everywhere. He was everyone. You are hungry, he stated, his voice a sudden shift, almost paternal. I made dinner. Your favorite, actually. Lemon herb chicken with roasted vegetables. My favorite. The words were a fresh stab. He had truly delved into my life, learned the most intimate details. The thought of eating anything he prepared, anything in this house, sent a wave of nausea through me. I am not hungry, I said, my voice barely a whisper. The lethargy was clawing at me again, making my head throb. I felt dizzy, my vision blurring at the edges. He walked into what I knew was a dining room, a space that branched off the living room. I could hear the clinking of plates, the soft scrape of a chair. He was setting the table. For us, for him and his captive, the woman he was slowly erasing. I used the moment he was out of sight to press against the front door again, testing the knob. Solid. Locked. I tried a window. The latch was old, stiff, but it would not budge. My fingers, clumsy with exhaustion, fumbled uselessly. Panic flared, cold and sharp, cutting through the fog. Do not waste your energy. His voice floated back from the dining room, calm, knowing they are all secured. For your protection, of course. We would not want you to wander off before you have had a chance to truly appreciate your new perspective. He knew. He was always watching. He was always one step ahead. The realization was a heavy weight, pressing me down. My knees felt weak. I stumbled backward, landing heavily on the plush carpet. The lethargy seized the opportunity, wrapping around me, pulling me deeper. My eyes fluttered shut. Sarah, I had to find Sarah. She was my anchor, my proof. Come, sit, he urged, appearing in the archway, a plate in his hand. The aroma of lemon and roasted garlic filled the air, a cruel parody of comfort. He held out the plate, a perfect serving of golden brown chicken and vibrant vegetables. It looked delicious. It looked normal. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. I won't eat your food. I mumbled, turning my head away. He sighed again, that same gentle disappointment. Such resistance. It is admirable, truly, but ultimately futile. He set the plate down on a small side table near me. It will be here when you are ready. You will need your strength to watch. He went back to the dining room, and I heard him sit down. A moment later, the soft clinking of cutlery began. He was eating my favorite meal, in my house, while I sat on the floor on the verge of collapsing. The sheer audacity, the cold-blooded confidence of it, was sickening. I forced my eyes open, though they felt gritty and heavy. I had to stay awake. I had to think. What would Sarah do? What would the real me do? The me who was not a shadow of fading memory. The me who fought back. I slowly, painfully, pushed myself up, using the side table for support. My legs wobbled. Every muscle ached. The scent of the chicken was overpowering, and my stomach, despite my revulsion, growled in protest. I had not eaten properly in days, running on adrenaline and fear. He knew that too, of course. He knew everything. I stumbled into the dining room. He was sitting at the head of the table, perfectly composed, eating slowly, savoring each bite. He looked up as I entered, a faint, almost benevolent smile on his face. He was still Ben, the kind diner owner, but behind his eyes, I could see the cold, calculating intelligence of Alex, the shapeshifter, the thief of lives. It is good, is not it? He asked, gesturing to his plate. I remembered how you liked the lemon zest. Just a touch. I stood there, swaying slightly, glaring at him. You think this is a game? He dabbed his mouth with a napkin. No, my dear. This is reality. Your reality. The one I have painstakingly built for you. And for me. He gestured to the empty chair beside him. Please, sit. No need to stand on ceremony. I did not sit. I walked slowly around the table, my eyes scanning the room. The old china cabinet, filled with Ethan's mother's antique plates. The heavy oak sideboard. The framed photographs on the wall. My gaze snagged on one. It was a picture of me and Ethan, laughing, arms around each other, taken on a beach somewhere. We looked so happy, so carefree. A phantom ache shot through my chest. You do not belong here. I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. He chewed thoughtfully, then swallowed. Oh, but I do. More than you know. I have spent months, years, perfecting this. Learning every inflection, every gesture, every memory. I am Ethan now. I am Ben. Soon, I will be you. He was savoring this, drawing out the torment. He wanted to break me, to watch me crumble. But Sarah, her face, her laugh, her fierce loyalty, they were like a shield against his insidious words. I took another wobbly step, pretending to be drawn to another photo. It was a landscape, a painting of a misty mountain range. Not one I recognized, but it was beautiful. My mind was racing, trying to find an angle, an opportunity. He was calm, confident. That was his weakness. He assumed I was broken. You have been fighting the lethargy remarkably well, he commented, startling me. He had been watching my every move, even as he ate. Most succumb much faster. But your attachment to Sarah, it is quite strong. A fascinating, variable. He knew about Sarah. Of course he did. He knew everything. But knowing about her did not mean he could erase her. She was my truth. I continued my slow circuit of the room, my eyes sweeping over every object. The heavy silver candelabra on the sideboard, the ornate but sturdy fruit bowl. Nothing that could be easily wielded, nothing that felt like a weapon. My mind felt like it was slogging through quicksand, making every thought an effort. Perhaps a change of scenery would help, he suggested, rising from the table. He picked up his plate and walked into the kitchen, his back to me for a precious second. This was it. My chance. The lethargy screamed at me to stay, to sit, to rest, but the thought of Sarah, of my own disappearing face on that flyer, ignited a desperate fire within me. I was not going to let him win. My eyes landed on a heavy, decorative vase on a small table near the kitchen doorway. It was ceramic, thick and substantial. Without thinking, without allowing myself to hesitate, I grabbed it. It was heavier than I expected, but the adrenaline surged, lending me a momentary burst of strength. As he turned from the sink, his back still partially to me, I swung. It was clumsy, fueled by desperation and exhaustion, but it connected. The vase hit the side of his head with a sickening thud. He staggered, a guttural sound escaping his lips. The plates in his hand clattered to the floor, shattering. For a split second, the benign Ben mask faltered, revealing something dark and ancient underneath. His eyes, for an instant, were not human. They were cold black and filled with primordial fury. I did not wait. I dropped the broken vase and bolted. The front door was still locked. I knew that. My only other option was the back. I vaguely remembered a sliding glass door in the kitchen, leading out to a small deck. I burst into the kitchen, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sliding door was there, but it was closed, and I could see the glint of a heavy-duty lock, a bar across the inside. He really had secured everything. You really think you can escape me? His voice, no longer calm, vibrated with a low, menacing growl. He was right behind me. I spun around, looking for anything. A knife block on the counter. My hand darted out, grabbing the largest chef's knife. It felt cold and solid in my trembling hand. He stood in the doorway, his head slightly tilted, a dark stain blossoming on the side of his temple. His eyes were still those inhuman voids. The kind Ben was gone, utterly. This was Alex, the monster. "Give it up," he said, his voice a low hiss. "You are exhausted. You are weak. You can't fight this." The lethargy was crashing over me again, intensified by the sudden burst of activity. My arm, holding the knife, felt like lead. My vision swam. But I would not give up. Not now. Not ever. I lunged a wild, desperate move. I was not trying to kill him, just to create an opening, to scare him, to make him back off. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. He sidestepped my clumsy attack, grabbed my wrist, and twisted. The knife clattered to the floor, my fingers numb. He held me in a vice-like grip, his fingers digging into my arm. His face was inches from mine, and I could see the raw, terrifying power in his eyes. The bruise on his temple was already fading, his skin slowly stitching itself back together. Shapeshifter. Of course. How could I have forgotten? Foolish girl, he snarled. His voice no longer bends, no longer human. It was deeper, raspier, like gravel grinding against stone. Did you really think a ceramic vase or a kitchen knife could stop me? He pushed me back, hard, against the kitchen counter. My head hit the hard surface with a sickening crack, and stars exploded behind my eyes. The lethargy rushed in, overwhelming, suffocating. I slid to the floor, my body going limp. No, I whispered, the word barely a breath. Sari knelt beside me, his face hovering over mine. The black eyes gleamed. Yes, sleep now. Let it all go. When you wake, you will be ready. Ready to watch me live your life. His voice was a siren song, pulling me into the darkness. I fought it. I really did. I tried to focus on Sarah, on the missing person flyer, on the cold dread of his touch. But the blow to my head, combined with the weeks of exhaustion and his insidious influence, was too much. The world tilted, spun, and then dissolved into black. The first thing I registered was a dull ache behind my eyes, a persistent throb that resonated with every heartbeat. The second was the heavy warmth of a blanket. I was lying on the couch in the living room, the one with the worn floral pattern that had always been Ethan's favorite. The air was still and quiet, filled with that same oppressive calm. My eyelids felt like they had weights on them, but I forced them open. The room was bathed in the soft, diffused light of late afternoon. I must have been out for hours. And he was gone. No, not gone. He was sitting in Ethan's armchair across from me, reading. He looked normal. The kind Ben facade was back, complete with reading glasses perched on his nose. The bruise on his temple was completely gone, not even a faint mark. He looked up as I stirred, a gentle smile on his face. Good. You are awake, he said, his voice soft, almost soothing. You had quite a nap. You needed it. I tried to sit up, but my body felt like dead weight. My head swam. The lethargy was still there, a heavy blanket draped over my mind, but it felt different, less aggressive, more insidious, like it had settled in, made itself at home. What did you do? I croaked, my throat still dry, my voice raspy. He set his book down, a thick volume on Renaissance art. Nothing. Just let you rest. You fought so hard, my dear. You truly did. But eventually, everyone needs to yield to their nature. My nature is not to be erased. I said, the word slurring slightly. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Oh, but it is. You are simply shedding your skin, making way for the new, the improved. He leaned forward, his gaze intense. I saw your memories while you slept, the last vestiges of your resistance, the longing for Sarah, for the life you thought you had. It is all so clear now, and so unnecessary. My blood ran cold. He had been inside my head. While I was unconscious, he had delved into my deepest memories, my most precious connections. He had seen Sarah. You can't take her from me. I whispered, a fresh wave of panic rising. Oh, I won't, he said, his smile widening. I will be her friend. I will live out your relationships. I will experience the joy of your friendships, the warmth of your family. And you will be a quiet observer, a passenger. The horror of that was almost too much to bear. To watch him, wearing my face, living my life, interacting with Sarah, with everyone I loved. It was a fate worse than death. It was the ultimate erasure, the ultimate theft. I tried to push myself up again, to fight, to scream, but my muscles refused to obey. I felt like I was trapped in quicksand, sinking deeper with every struggle. The lethargy was not just a sedative, it felt like a physical chain, binding me. What have you done to me? I demanded, tears welling in my eyes. He picked up a small, clear glass vial from the side table. It was almost empty, a few drops of viscous, shimmering liquid clinging to the bottom. A little something to help you relax, to accept. It is quite potent, specially formulated. It encourages a certain kind of empathy, a blurring of identity. My heart plummeted. He had drugged me. That is why the lethargy felt different, more profound. He was not just draining me, he was actively altering my perception. You are a monster. I choked out, a sob escaping my lips. He shrugged, unperturbed. Perhaps, but a monster with good intentions. I am giving you peace. You've been so stressed, so anxious. All that running, all that fear. It is not good for you. He was trying to convince me this was for my own good, trying to make me complicit in my own demise. But Sarah, her name was a desperate prayer in my mind. She was the one thing he could not touch, could not corrupt, not while I was still me. I forced my gaze to travel around the room, to look for anything that could help. My eyes landed on the front door. Still locked. I was sure, but then I noticed something. A faint scratch near the doorknob, a small, almost imperceptible gouge in the wood. It was not there before. My desperate fumbling with the vase, the struggle, it must have left a mark. A tiny, insignificant detail, but it sparked a flicker of hope. He was not invincible. He could be hurt. He could be distracted. He caught my gaze, following it to the door, still thinking of escape. My dear, that is futile. The town is small. Everyone knows Ben. And soon, everyone will know you. The new you. He stood up and walked over to the large bay window that overlooked the front yard. He peered out, his back to me. The sun is setting. It is a beautiful evening. Almost time for dinner. I think I will make that lemon herb chicken again. It is a favorite, after all. My blood ran cold. He was going to cook dinner again in my kitchen, pretending nothing had happened. He was going to try to feed me, to lull me into submission. This was it. This was my last chance. The drug in my system was powerful, but it was not total. Not yet. The scrape on the door. The memory of his momentary pain. He was not indestructible. I slowly, painstakingly, began to move my fingers. They felt numb, heavy, but I could feel them. Then my toes. A tiny, almost imperceptible twitch. I focused on the anger, the outrage, the burning need to get to Sarah. It was like a lifeline, pulling me out of the quicksand. He turned from the window, his gaze falling on me. You look more relaxed. That is good. Acceptance is a first step towards true peace. I forced a weak smile, a pathetic imitation of compliance. It was the hardest thing I would ever done. Maybe you are right. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his face. I knew you would come around. You are a sensible woman, deep down. He walked back toward the armchair, picking up his book. He seemed to relax, to let his guard down slightly, believing his poison had done its work. That was my moment. With a sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline, I launched myself off the couch. My legs were wobbly, my head swam, but I propelled myself forward, not toward the door, but toward the fireplace. On the mantelpiece, nestled between the sailboat painting and the wooden elephant, was a heavy brass poker, part of the fireplace tools. It was long, slender, and had a sharp, pointed end. He looked up, startled, his eyes widening as he realized my intent. "What are you doing?" He roared, the Ben facade dissolving instantly, replaced by that dark, ancient fury. I grabbed the poker, the cold metal a shock against my clammy hands. It was heavier than I would anticipated, but I gripped it tight. He was already lunging, moving with terrifying speed. I did not aim for his head. I aimed for his legs, for his knees, for anything that would slow him down. He was almost on me when I swung, a wild, desperate arc. The poker connected with his shin with a sickening thud. He howled, a truly inhuman sound, stumbling backward. The shapeshifter's illusion, of invincibility was broken. He could feel pain. He could be hurt. I did not wait for him to recover. I turned and sprinted, ignoring the protests of my leaden limbs, the throbbing in my head. I ran for the kitchen, for the back door. The sliding glass door was still barred, but I remembered a small, hinged window above the sink, usually left unlocked for air. It was high, but it was my only hope. He was right behind me, his heavy footsteps thudding on the wooden floor. "You won't get away. You can't hide from me." His voice echoed with raw, animalistic rage. I scrambled onto the counter, knocking over a stack of dishes with a crash. The small window was just within reach. My fingers, still clumsy, fumbled with the latch. It was old, stiff, but it was not locked. With a desperate heave, I pushed it open. Cold night air rushed in, a welcome shock to my drug senses. I could hear him entering the kitchen, his breath ragged. He was hurt, truly hurt. I squeezed through the narrow opening, scraping my skin on the frame. It was a tight fit, but I did not care. I dropped to the ground outside, landing awkwardly on the grass. My ankle twisted, sending a sharp pain through me, but I ignored it. I scrambled to my feet and ran. The backyard was dark, overgrown. I stumbled through tall weeds, my heart pounding like a drum. The cold air helped to clear my head, but the drug was still there, a heavy fog trying to pull me back. "I see you," his voice bellowed from the open window, closer than I expected. He must have climbed onto the counter himself. I did not look back. I ran towards a fence, a rickety wooden structure that separated the yard from a patch of dense woods. I threw myself over it, tearing my clothes, scraping my hands. The woods were a maze of shadows and rustling leaves. I pushed through tangled underbrush, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every rustle of leaves sounded like his footsteps. He could be anyone, anything. He could be a fox, a deer, a bird, or he could be Ben or Ethan or even me. The thought was paralyzing. He could be waiting for me, just ahead, wearing my own face, calling my own name. I forced myself to keep moving, driven by a primal need for survival. Sarah. Sarah. Her name was a mantra, a shield against the creeping despair. I burst out of the woods, stumbling onto a narrow, unpaved road. It was deserted, stretching endlessly in both directions under a sliver of moon. I had no idea where I was, no idea which way to go. But I was out. I was free. For now. My ankle throbbed, a sharp, insistent pain. My head ached. My body was screaming for rest, for sleep, for the oblivion he had promised. But I would not give in. Not yet. I looked back at the house, a dark silhouette against the fading twilight. The open kitchen window was a gaping maw, a silent promise of his return. I could almost feel his eyes on me, even from a distance. He was out there. He was watching. He was hunting. I did not know how long I had, how far I could get before he found me again. But I had to try. I had to find Sarah. She was my last link to who I truly was. She was my only hope of truly escaping him, of reclaiming my stolen existence. The fight was not over. It had only just begun. And I knew, with a bone-chilling certainty, that he would never stop. He would pursue me to the ends of the earth, until he had finished replacing me entirely. This was a race against time, a battle for my very soul, and I was running for my life. The world outside Ethan's house blurred into a sickening kaleidoscope of streetlights and shadows. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the night, a silence broken only by the ragged sound of my own breathing. Panic was a cold, sharp claw tearing at my throat, but beneath it, something far more insidious was stirring. The lethargy. It was not just physical exhaustion from the terror. It was a creeping fog, a familiar sensation of my mind going soft around the edges, like cotton batting slowly filling my skull. No, I whispered, the word barely a breath. My hands, slick with sweat, gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. The speedometer needle quivered, hovering dangerously close to the red, but I barely registered it. All I could see was his face. Ethan's charming, intelligent smile superimposed over the horrifying tableau behind his window. The wall of photos. My photos. From childhood, from high school, from college, from vacations I barely remembered taking, from moments I would long since forgotten. Images of me, candid shots, stolen moments. Some so intimate they could only have been taken by someone I trusted, someone I knew. But I did not know him. Not really. My blood ran cold again, the chill seeping into my bones despite the frantic heat of my fear. This was not just a stalker. This was Alex. The name, whispered by Sarah in a memory fragment I would dismiss as a nightmare, now echoed with terrifying clarity. Alex, the shapeshifter. The one who wiped my memory. The one who created the crushing loneliness he then so perfectly, so charmingly filled. It all clicked into place with a sickening thud. The profound lethargy, the blank spaces of my past, the desperate need to connect, to belong. He had not just stalked me, he would engineer me. He would dismantle my life and then offered himself as the architect of its reconstruction. My vision swam. The road ahead was a wavering tunnel. The lethargy was not just a feeling, it was a physical weight pressing down on my eyelids. A mental anesthetic trying to dull the razor-sharp edge of my terror. I fought it, gritting my teeth, digging my nails into my palms. I could not let him win. Not now. Not when I finally remembered. Where was I going? My apartment. No, he knew where I lived. He knew everything. He would probably been inside my apartment countless times, watching me, observing me, planning. My stomach churned with disgust. The thought made me want to claw my skin off. Sarah. I needed Sarah. But where was she? My last memory of her was fuzzy, distant. Had he done something to her? The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Sarah was the only one who had ever hinted at something being wrong. At Alex, at the memory wipe. She was my anchor, my only connection to a past he had not completely erased. I drove blindly, the car a metal cocoon of fear. The city lights began to thin out, replaced by the darker, more anonymous stretches of highway. My mind raced, trying to grasp onto any solid ground. How long had this been going on? How many times had he wiped my memories? Was this a cycle? Was I just a puppet on his strings, forever forgetting, forever searching, forever finding him? The lethargy intensified, a seductive whisper telling me to just pull over, to rest, to let go. It will be easier, it murmured. Just let it all fade away. But I could not. Not this time. The image of those photos, my life meticulously documented by a monster, was a burning brand in my mind, an antidote to the oblivion he offered. I needed to think, to process this impossible reality. A public place. I decided. Somewhere with people, with witnesses, even if they would not believe a word I said. A motel, anonymous, transient, a place where I could lock the door and try to make sense of the shattered pieces of my life. I found a cheap, nondescript motel on the outskirts of a town I did not recognize. The neon sign buzzed erratically, casting lurid pink and green shadows on cracked asphalt. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled with a credit card at the front desk. The clerk, a bored teenager with piercings, barely glanced up. He probably saw a lot of people like me, desperate and disheveled, passing through. He had no idea the monster I was running from. Room 117. It felt like a prison cell, for walls closing in, amplifying the terror. The air was stale, smelling faintly of cigarette smoke and disinfectant. I locked the deadbolt, then dragged a rickety armchair in front of the door for good measure. Irrational. I knew if he could shape-shift, if he could manipulate memories, a flimsy lock would not stop him. But it gave me a fleeting illusion of control. I sank onto the edge of the bed. the thin mattress groaning under my weight. My phone was clutched in my hand, a useless brick. Who could I call? The police. Yes, officer. My Tinder date is a shape-shifting stalker named Alex who wiped my memories and is obsessed with me. I could almost hear their condescending questions, the suggestion of a psychological evaluation. No, I was on my own. The photos, they swam before my eyes again, an endless gallery of my stolen life. How long had he been watching me? Since childhood. The thought was sickening. He had not just entered my life recently. He had always been there, a shadow, an unseen presence, pulling the strings. He had not just stalked me, he had curated me. He had sculpted my loneliness, then offered himself as a curer. My head throbbed. The lethargy was still there, a dull ache behind my eyes, a constant pressure on my temples. It was not just physical fatigue, it was a profound mental weariness, a battle against my own mind. He wanted me to forget again. He wanted to reset the clock, to wipe the slate clean, to make me a blank canvas for his twisted desires. I tried to focus, to piece together the fragments. Sarah's warnings. She would mention Alex. Had not she, a long time ago, before the memory wiped, she would said he was dangerous, that he was not human. She would try to tell me about the memory loss, about the strange dreams. But then there was nothing, just a profound emptiness, the loneliness that had consumed me, driving me to dating apps, driving me straight into his perfectly laid trap. What happened to Sarah? A cold dread settled in my stomach. She was the only one who knew, the only one who could corroborate my story, who could help me understand. Had he silenced her, erased her, changed her? The possibilities were endless, each one more terrifying than the last. I picked up my phone again, my fingers trembling as I scrolled to Sarah's contact. I had to try. I had to know. I dialed, holding my breath, listening to the agonizingly long rings. Straight to voicemail. Hey, it is Sarah. Leave a message or do not. I am probably out saving the world or something. Her voice, bright and cheerful, mocked the grim reality I was facing. I hung up, a fresh wave of despair washing over me. She was not answering. What did that mean? My eyes scanned the motel room, searching for something, anything that could give me comfort, a sense of safety. The cheap landscape painting on the wall, the worn carpet, the flickering fluorescent light in the bathroom. It all felt wrong. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps outside my door. My paranoia was a living thing, squirming in my gut. He was a shapeshifter. He could be anyone. The bored clerk, a maid, the person in the room next door. He could be watching me right now, through a hidden camera, through a crack in the wall, through the very air itself. The thought made my skin crawl. I needed to understand how he did it. The memory wipe. It was not just forgetting, it was an active erasure, a void where memories should have been. And the lethargy was a side effect, or a tool, a way to keep me compliant, to make me vulnerable to his manipulations. He would know everything about me. My favorite coffee, my obscure literary references, my secret fears, my deepest desires. He would mirror me so perfectly, reflected back a version of myself I longed to see. He had not just made me feel seen, he would make me feel understood in a way no one ever had. And that was the most terrifying part. He had not just been charming, he would have been my ideal, a phantom created from my own subconscious. A soft thump came from the wall next to me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It sounded like something had fallen, or someone had bumped against the wall. Room 118. Was he there? Was he in the next room? My heart hammered against my ribs again, a frantic drum against the silence. I pressed my ear against the wall, straining to hear. Nothing, just a faint hum of the motel's ancient air conditioning unit. My imagination. I told myself. My frayed nerves playing tricks. But the unease lingered, a cold hand on the back of my neck. I had to get out of this room, this motel. I could not stay still, not with him potentially so close. But where could I go? What was the plan? I had no plan, just a desperate, primal urge to run. But the lethargy was like a sticky web, pulling me back, slowing my thoughts, dulling my senses. I felt my eyelids droop, a heavy weight pressing them down. Just 5 minutes, it whispered, just a little rest. You can think clearer after. No, I slapped myself hard, the sting a momentary jolt of clarity. I could not give in. If I slept, I might wake up forgetting everything again. I might wake up in his house, in his perfectly constructed illusion. I needed to fight this. I needed to stay awake. I needed to remember. I stood up, forcing my leaden limbs to move. My legs felt like rubber. I splashed cold water on my face in the bathroom, staring at my reflection. My eyes were wide, bloodshot, shadowed with fear. This was me. This was the real me, not the blank slate he wanted. As I stared, I noticed something in the reflection, something glinting on the counter beside the sink, a small, folded piece of paper. It had not been there before. My blood ran cold. I had not brought anything into the bathroom. My heart began to pound again, a frantic drum against my ribs. I picked it up with a trembling hand. It was a flyer, a missing person flyer, and the face staring back at me from the grainy photograph was my own. My breath hitched. The date on the flyer was 6 months ago. The description matched me perfectly. My height, my hair color, a distinctive birthmark on my left wrist. Underneath, in bold letters, have you seen this woman? Last seen, my mind reeled. A missing person flyer. For me, 6 months ago. That was when the profound lethargy had started. That was when my memories had been erased. That was when Alex had taken me. This was not just a stalker. He had not just observed me. He had taken me. He had made me disappear. He had erased my old life, my old self, and then spent the last 6 months rebuilding me, shaping me into the perfect companion for his twisted desires. The flyer. He must have left it. How? When my eyes darted around the bathroom, around the motel room. Had he been here? Was he still here? Was this another one of his sick games? A way to break me, to show me the extent of his control. My gaze fell upon the small, almost imperceptible gap between the bathroom door and its frame. And in that gap, just for a fleeting second, I saw it, a sliver of shadow, a faint shimmer, like heat rising from asphalt on a summer day. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but I knew he was here, or he had been. He was playing with me, tormenting me, stripping away my sanity piece by agonizing piece. The lethargy suddenly felt like a physical entity, pressing down on me, trying to force me into submission. It was Alex's weapon, his insidious tool for control. It was not just a feeling, it was a psychic attack, a direct assault on my consciousness. I stumbled back, clutching the flyer like a death warrant. This was it. This was the final straw. I could not stay. Here. I could not stay anywhere. He was everywhere. He was inescapable. Then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. A text message. I fumbled for it, my fingers numb. The sender was an unknown number. The message was short. You look tired, my love. Why do not you just rest? Let me take care of everything. I always do. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. He was not just here. He was watching me. He was in my phone. He knew I had seen the flyer. He knew I was fighting the lethargy. He was enjoying this. A guttural scream tore from my throat, raw and primal. I launched myself at the door, tearing at the locks, fumbling with the deadbolt. The armchair I would propped against it crashed to the floor. I yanked the door open and burst out into the night, not caring about the noise, not caring about anything but escape. The air hit me like a physical blow, cold and sharp. The neon sign of the motel pulsed, casting an eerie glow on the empty parking lot. My car. I needed my car. I scrambled towards it, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. Every shadow seemed to coalesce. Every distant sound became a threat. Was that him, lurking behind the dumpster? Was that him, in the parked car across the lot, watching me with those perfectly sculpted features? I reached my car, tearing at the handle, fumbling with the keys. My hands were shaking so violently I could not get the key into the ignition. The lethargy was a suffocating blanket, trying to pull me under, try and make me drop the keys, try and make me forget why I was running. No, I sobbed, forcing my fingers to cooperate. The key slid in. The engine roared to life, a blessed sound. I slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing as I peeled out of the parking lot, leaving the buzzing neon sign and the horror of room 117 behind me. But I knew it was not over. It would never be over. He was not just a man, he was a force of nature, a predator with an insatiable hunger for my identity. He wanted to consume me, to become me, to live my life through his twisted lens. I drove faster than before, pushing the car to its limit. The world outside was a blur of motion, a chaotic symphony of fear and adrenaline. I had to get away, far away, somewhere he could not find me. But where? He knew everything. He had been planning this for months, for years, maybe even my entire life. The thought made me sick to my stomach. My entire existence, a curated performance for his viewing pleasure. My memories, a script he could rewrite at will. My loneliness, a condition he had carefully cultivated. Then a new thought, chilling in its implications, burrowed into my mind. Sarah, what if she was not answering because he was with her? What if she was not just gone, but changed? What if he had taken her, too, and molded her into something else, something for his own twisted designs? Or worse, what if he was using her, wearing her face, to lure me into another trap? Paranoia was a poison, seeping into every corner of my mind. I could not trust anyone. I could not trust anything. Not even my own memories, which were now suspect, tainted by his manipulation. The road stretched endlessly before me, a black ribbon under the pale glow of the moon. I was alone, truly alone, in a way I had never been before, even during the deepest throes of the loneliness he had engineered. Because now, I knew its source, and that knowledge was a heavier burden than the loneliness itself. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. Nothing but the receding glow of the motel. But I felt his presence, a cold breath on my neck, a prickling sensation on my skin. He was there, everywhere, in the periphery of my vision, in the corners of my mind. The lethargy was a constant battle, a silent war being waged within my own skull. Every blink felt like a struggle, every thought a monumental effort. He wanted me to forget, to succumb, to return to the blissful ignorance he had crafted for me. But I could not now that I knew. The truth, however horrifying, was my only weapon. I drove until the first hint of dawn painted the sky in bruised purples and grays. I was miles from the motel, miles from Ethan's house, miles from anything familiar. I pulled into a rest stop, parking far away from the few other cars, under the shadow of a towering billboard. I leaned back, exhausted, trembling, but still awake. The flyer, my missing person flyer, was still clutched in my hand, crumpled and damp with sweat. My own face stared back at me, a ghost from a past he had stolen. I closed my eyes, just for a second, fighting the heavy drag of the lethargy. And in that brief moment of darkness, I saw it again. Not a memory, not a hallucination, but a flicker, a face. Not Ethan, not Alex's, but a face I recognized. My own, but it was distorted, stretched, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror, smiling back at me with a chilling, knowing grin. And then A whisper not in my ears, but directly in my mind. You can't run from yourself, my love. And I am you. I am your past, your present, your future. I am everything you are and everything you will be. You just do not remember it yet. But you will. Soon. My eyes snapped open. I gasped, a choke sound. The words echoed in my skull, a chilling promise. He was not just a shapeshifter. He was not just a memory manipulator. He wanted to become me. He wanted to erase me and wear my skin, live my life, not just control it, but be it. The horror of that realization was a physical punch to the gut. This was not just about possession. It was about annihilation. He wanted to replace me entirely. I slammed my fist against the steering wheel, a surge of defiant anger piercing to the fog of fear and lethargy. I would not let him. I would not become a ghost in my own body, a memory in his twisted collection. I looked at the crumpled flyer again, at the image of my own lost face. This was not just a missing person report. It was a declaration. A declaration that I was still here, that I was fighting. The sun was slowly rising now, casting long shadows across the empty rest stop. The world was waking up, but I felt like I was descending into a nightmare from which there was no escape. Alex was out there. Or rather, he was in here, in my head, in my memories, in the very fabric of my existence. But I knew, and knowing was a burden, a terrifying, soul-crushing burden, but it was also my only weapon. I would fight the lethargy. I would fight the forgetting. I would fight him with every fiber of my being until there was nothing left of me or nothing left of him. Because now, I remembered, and I would never, ever forget again. The horror had just begun, and it was a horror I would have to face alone with nothing but the fragile, terrifying truth of what I was up against. The ache of loneliness always led me back to dating apps, despite my cynicism. It was a familiar, dull throb in my chest, a constant reminder of the empty space beside me. I hated the superficiality of it all, the endless swiping, the curated profiles, the forced small talk that rarely led anywhere real. But the hope, that tiny, persistent flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, this time I would find a real connection, was a powerful draw. It was a vicious cycle, one I seemed doomed to repeat. I would have been on a string of truly awful dates lately. Guys who talked only about themselves. Guys who were clearly just looking for a hookup. Guys who were nothing like their photos. My finger hovered over the delete button for the app more times than I could count. But then I would get a new match, a promising message, and I would fall back into the trap. Then I met Alex. His profile was different. It was not just a string of shirtless selfies or generic adventure shots. He had a picture of himself volunteering at an animal shelter, another one laughing with friends at what looked like a board game night. His bio was witty, intelligent, and surprisingly vulnerable. He talked about loving indie films, hiking, and trying new recipes. Our messages flowed effortlessly from the first moment. He was quick-witted, observant, and he made me feel seen. He asked questions that actually showed he was listening, and his responses were not just polite acknowledgments, but thoughtful additions to the conversation. It was like we would known each other for years. After a week of non-stop texting and a couple phone calls that stretched late into the night, we decided to meet. He suggested a new Italian place downtown, somewhere bustling but cozy. It sounded perfect. I was nervous, of course, but it was a good kind of nervous, the fluttery excitement that comes with the possibility of something real. I spent far too long picking out my outfit, doing my hair, and practicing my casual but charming smile in the mirror. When I pulled up to the restaurant, Alex was already there, leaning against his car, a sleek, dark sedan. He looked even better in person tall, with kind eyes and a genuinely warm smile that reached them. He was wearing a casual button-down shirt and jeans, looking effortlessly put together. He opened the passenger door for me with a flourish, and I felt a blush creep up my neck. Chivalry was not dead, after all. Hey, he said, his voice a low rumble that sent a pleasant shiver down my spine. You made it. You look amazing. Thanks. I replied, trying to sound nonchalant but probably failing. You too. I slid into the passenger seat, the leather cool against my legs. The interior of the car was spotless, surprisingly Spartan but with a faint, clean scent I could not quite place. He closed the door gently, then walked around to the driver's side and got in. So he began, pulling out a parking spot and merging smoothly into traffic. I was thinking, that Italian place is great, but it can get pretty loud on a Friday night. I know this other spot a little further out, but it is amazing. Super intimate, incredible food, and the best wine list you have ever seen. It is perfect for a first date. I think my stomach did a little flip. I would pick the Italian place because it was public and familiar, a safe choice. But his suggestion sounded romantic, and he seemed so genuine. Plus, I was already in his car. It felt awkward to object. Oh, I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. Okay, sure. What kind of food is it? It is a farm-to-table place, he explained, glancing at me with that charming smile. They change the menu seasonally. Everything's fresh, locally sourced. Trust me, you will love it. I nodded, a small part of me feeling a tiny prickle of unease, but the larger part, the part that craved connection and romance, overriding it. Sounds good to me. I chirped. He smiled again, and the unease receded. We started chatting easily, just like our messages. He asked about my day, about my work, about my dreams. He was genuinely interested, nodding, making eye contact, his questions thoughtful and engaging. I found myself relaxing, laughing freely, feeling that rare sense of being truly understood. As we drove, the city lights gradually gave way to suburban sprawl, then to darker, less populated roads. I noticed we were heading away from downtown, further out past the usual areas I frequented. Are we almost there? I asked, looking out the window. The streetlights were becoming fewer and farther between. Almost, he said, his voice still calm and reassuring. It is a bit of a drive, like I said, but it is worth it. It is tucked away. I checked my phone, just a quick glance. No signal. My heart gave a little thump. That was weird. We were not that far out of the city. I tried to dismiss it. Sometimes my phone just did that. The road narrowed and the houses became more sparse, replaced by stretches of dark trees. It was getting genuinely dark now, the kind of dark where the only light came from his headlights cutting through the inky blackness. Hey, Alex. I began, a new tremor entering my voice. This does not look like any restaurant I know. Are you sure we are on the right track? He chuckled softly. Oh, trust me, you would not know this one. It is a secret gem. Locals only, practically. His tone was still light, but it did not quite reach his eyes when he glanced at me. There was something fixed about his smile now. It did not waver, even as the car bounced slightly over what felt like a less maintained road. The trees pressing closer, forming a tunnel of darkness. I could not see anything beyond the immediate reach of the headlights. No street lights, no other cars, no houses. Just dense, dark woods. My heart started to pound a little faster. This was not a romantic, intimate restaurant. This was nowhere. Alex, I said, my voice sharper this time. Where exactly are we going? This is starting to freak me out. He did not answer immediately. He just kept driving, his hands relaxed on the steering wheel. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, broken only by the hum of the engine and the faint rustle of leaves outside. Alex, I repeated, my voice rising. My hand instinctively went for the door handle, but it was locked. I tried the automatic unlock button. Nothing. He finally spoke, his voice still calm, almost unnervingly so. We are almost there. I promise. Just a little further. No. I cried, my panic finally bubbling over. Stop the car. I want to get out. He ignored me. The car sped up just slightly, but enough to make me feel a lurch of terror. The trees blurred into a dark wall on either side. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was how it happened. All those stories I would read, all the warnings I would dismiss as overreactions, they were playing out right now. I fumbled for my phone again, desperate to call someone, anyone. Still no signal. I tried to unlock the doors again, yanking at a handle, pressing the button repeatedly. Nothing. It was like I was trapped in a steel cage. Alex, please. I begged, tears starting to sting my eyes. What are you doing? Let me out. He finally slowed the car, not stopping, but merely reducing speed as he turned off the main dirt track onto an even smaller, barely visible path. The car lurched and swayed, branches scraping against the sides with a horrifying screech. This was not a path to a restaurant. This was a path into the woods. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a plan, anything. I could try to grab the wheel, but that would just cause a crash, and I would probably be worse off. I could scream, but who would hear me out here? We were miles from anything. He brought the car to a complete stop, deep in the absolute blackness of the woods. The engine purred for a moment, then he shut it off. The silence that followed was deafening, suffocating. The air grew cold, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I could hear crickets chirping and the faint hoot of an owl, sound that normally would be peaceful, but now only amplified my terror. He turned to me, and the charming smile was gone. His face was still handsome, but there was a cold, calculating glint in his eyes that I had not seen before. It was predatory. You know, he said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling murmur. I really thought you would remember this time. You usually put up more of a fight when the memories start to surface. My blood ran cold. Remember this time. What was he talking about? My mind scrambled, trying to make sense of his words, but they just echoed in the terrifying void of my confusion. What are you talking about? I whispered, my voice barely audible. I do not know you. I do not remember anything like this. He leaned closer, his eyes fixed on mine, and a slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. It was not the warm, kind smile from earlier. This was a smile that promised pain, a smile that knew secrets I could not comprehend. Oh, you do, he said, his voice laced with a dark amusement. You just do not know that you know. Not yet. He reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a small, sleek tablet. He tapped at the screen for a moment, then turned it towards me. My breath hitched. On the screen was a gallery of photos. Photos of me, but not just recent photos. Photos from years ago. Photos I vaguely recognized. Photos I did not recognize at all. And then a series of photos. Our first coffee. Our first hike. Our first movie night. They were all captioned, meticulously documented. And in every single one, he was there in different forms. Sometimes he looked like Alex. Sometimes he had darker hair, a beard, a different build. Sometimes he looked like a woman, with long, flowing hair and a gentle smile. My head spun. Who are these people? I stammered, pointing at the tablet with a trembling finger. They are all me, he said, his voice now devoid of any pretense of kindness. And you, of course, in various stages of our journey. Then, tucked away at the bottom of the screen, almost an afterthought, was an image that made my stomach drop into my shoes. A missing person flyer, and the face on it, the face was mine. The truth slammed into me like a physical blow. The ache in my chest, the cynicism about dating apps, the longing for connection. It was not just my personality. It was a void he created. He fed on my loneliness. He was Ethan, Mark, Laura, David, and now Alex. A shapeshifter. He repeatedly wiped my memory, creating that emptiness, that desperate need for connection, only to fill it himself, restarting the cycle again and again. My memories, fragments at first, then a terrifying deluge, began to flood back. The apartment with the strangely familiar decor, the painting, the gallery wall of our first, the missing person flyer, the realization that I was trapped, that this had happened before countless times, and I had forgotten every single one. The horror of it all, the utter violation of my mind and my life, was overwhelming. No, I whispered, the word a desperate plea against the onslaught of recollection. No, you can't. I remember now. I remember you. His kind smile twisted into something predatory, a grotesque parody of warmth. Oh, you do. Do you, he purred, leaning even closer. That is good. It makes the resetting so much more satisfying. The terror, the desperation, it is delicious. He reached out, his fingers brushing my cheek, then gently tracing the line of my jaw. I flinched, but I was frozen, paralyzed by fear and returning memories. His touch was cold. Yes, strange lethargy began to creep into my limbs, a heavy, drowsy sensation that fought against the adrenaline coursing through me. My vision blurred at the edges, and the sharp edges of my terror began to soften, to recede. Do not worry, he murmured, his voice now impossibly soothing, like a lullaby. It is always hard at first, but then you will feel so much better. Clean, fresh, ready to start again. The memories, so vivid just a moment ago, began to fray at the edges, like old photographs left in the sun. Ethan, Mark, Laura. David, the names became indistinct, the faces blurred. The missing person flyer, the gallery wall, the sickening realization of his game had all started to dissolve into a hazy unreality. The terror that had gripped me so tightly began to loosen its hold, replaced by a strange, comforting warmth. Alex's face swam before my eyes, handsome and kind. His smile was genuinely warm now, his eyes filled with a gentle concern. The ache in my chest, that familiar throb of loneliness, was fading, replaced by a giddy hope, a blossoming excitement. He was so wonderful, so understanding. Are you okay? He asked, his voice soft, his hand still resting gently on my cheek. You looked a little lost there for a moment. I blinked, shaking my head slightly, trying to clear the lingering fogginess. Yeah. I breathed, a small, happy sigh escaping my lips. Yeah, I am fine. Just a little tired. I guess. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Well, we can fix that. My place is not far from here. We could grab a drink, talk a little more, maybe watch a movie. I make a mean cup of tea. The thought of going home alone, back to my empty apartment, back to the endless cycle of swiping and disappointment, was suddenly unbearable. After such a magical evening, such a perfect connection, I did not want it to end. I wanted to prolong this feeling, this sense of safety and belonging. Okay, I whispered, my voice tinged with a hopeful anticipation. I would like that. I would really like that. He smiled, a genuine, radiant smile that made my heart flutter. He started the car, and as we pulled away from the dark, silent woods, I felt a lightness in my chest, a profound sense of peace. The cycle had begun anew. The profound lethargy that washed over me was like a thick, warm blanket woven from oblivion. It did not just dull the terror, it slowly, methodically erased it. The horrifying images, Alex, the dark woods, my own face on that missing person flyer, they did not just recede, they dissolved into a murky, indistinct haze. Sarah's frantic warnings, her terrified eyes, the chilling truth about the shapeshifter, all became a distant, nonsensical dream. When I finally surfaced, it was the dull ache of a familiar, profound loneliness, the kind that settled deep in your bones, a cold, empty space that no amount of self-talk or distraction could truly fill. It was a Monday morning, the gray light filtering through my blinds, and the world outside felt muted, distant. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, trying to pinpoint the source of this oppressive weight. It was not just a bad mood, it was a fundamental emptiness, a sense of being disconnected from everything and everyone. My phone, lying accusingly on the nightstand, seemed to hum with a quiet, insidious pull. Dating apps. Always dating apps. They were a siren song for the lonely, a promise of connection that rarely delivered, yet I found myself reaching for it, almost unconsciously. It was a compulsion, a desperate attempt to fill the void, even though every past experience felt like another layer of scar tissue over an already tender heart. I scrolled through the endless parade of faces, each one a fleeting possibility, a digital ghost. It was the same old song and dance to carefully curated profiles, the generic bios, the forced smiles. A weary sigh escaped me. I was tired, so incredibly tired of it all. But the loneliness, it was a powerful motivator. It pushed me forward, compelled me to swipe, to match, to send out those hopeful, yet utterly meaningless, opening lines. Days bled into weeks. The cycle continued, a monotonous rhythm of swiping, matching, exchanging pleasantries that went nowhere. Each failed connection, each ghosted conversation, chipped away a little more at my already fragile hope. It felt like I was stuck in a rut, a deep, inescapable groove carved out of my own desperation. Then, one evening, amidst a sea of sameness, a profile popped up that caught my eye. His name was Ethan. His pictures were not overly posed, they were candid, showing him laughing with friends, hiking in nature, even one of him cradling a scruffy-looking dog. He had kind eyes, a genuine smile, and a bio that was witty and engaging without being cliché. He worked as an architect, loved indie films, and volunteered at an animal shelter. He seemed real, authentic, a spark, faint but undeniable, flickered within me. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. His opening message arrived almost immediately. Well, look at that. You've just matched with the guy who can tell you the structural integrity of your dreams. What is the biggest building you have ever imagined? I laughed. It was clever, playful, and completely disarming. Our messages flowed effortlessly from that moment on. We talked about everything and nothing, our favorite books, our childhood memories, the absurdity of modern life. He was intelligent, insightful, and had a way of making me feel seen, truly understood, in a way I had not experienced in what felt like forever. It was uncanny, almost too perfect. Every conversation left me feeling lighter, a glimmer of hope piercing through the gloom. After about a week of constant texting and late-night calls, Ethan suggested we meet for coffee. There's a great little spot downtown. He said, cozy, good pastries, and they make a killer cappuccino. How about Saturday morning? My stomach did a little flip. A coffee date. Simple, low pressure. Exactly what I needed. Sounds perfect. I replied, a genuine smile gracing my lips for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Saturday arrived, crisp and bright. I dressed casually but carefully, a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation bubbling within me. The coffee shop, the daily grind, was exactly as he described, warm, inviting, with a comforting aroma of roasted beans and freshly baked goods. I spotted Ethan immediately. He was sitting at a small table by the window, nursing a mug, his eyes scanning the door. He looked even better in person. His smile was infectious, his eyes crinkling at the corners when he saw me. Hey, he said, standing up, a genuine warmth in his voice. You made it. I was starting to think I would have imagined you. I laughed, feeling a blush creep up my neck. Hardly. Could not resist a killer cappuccino. We settled in, and the conversation picked up right where our messages left off. He was charming, engaging, and a fantastic listener. He asked thoughtful questions and genuinely seemed interested in my answers. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our aspirations. He had a way of making me feel completely at ease, as if we would have known each other for years. But then, a tiny flicker of unease began to stir, almost imperceptibly at first. He mentioned a specific obscure band I loved, one I rarely talked about, saying, I remember you mentioning them once in a text, right? Or maybe it was just a vibe I got from your taste in films. I could not recall ever mentioning them to him. I brushed it off, chalking it up to my own forgetfulness or perhaps a lucky guess. Later, he recounted a funny anecdote about a hiking trip, and as he spoke, a strange sense of deja vu washed over me. It was not the anecdote itself, but the way he told it, the particular cadence of his voice, the specific hand gestures. It felt familiar, like a half-forgotten dream. I tried to shake it off. Nerves, I told myself. Or maybe I would just heard a similar story from someone else. You know, he said, leaning forward slightly, a playful glint in his eyes, you have a really unique laugh. It is like a little burst of sunshine. I bet you do not even realize how much you light up a room when you really let go. His words were kind, flattering even, but something about them sent a shiver down my spine. It felt rehearsed, too specific, like a line he would practice. I forced a smile, pushing discomfort down. He was just being charming, right? I was probably overthinking things. After all, I would have been hurt before. It was natural to be a little guarded. The date ended on a high note. We talked for nearly 3 hours, and by the time we parted ways, I felt a genuine sense of connection. He walked me to my car, his hand lingering on my arm for a moment too long, as he said, I had a really wonderful time. I would love to do this again soon. Me too, I said, my voice a little breathless. Definitely. For the next few days, I was on a cloud. Ethan was everything I would hope for, kind, funny, intelligent, handsome. We continued to text, and he asked me out for dinner the following Friday. I found myself smiling at my phone, feeling a lightness I had not felt in ages. Maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. But the unease, like a persistent mosquito, refused to be swatted away completely. It buzzed faintly in the back of my mind. Little things. He would text me at odd hours, sometimes with a seemingly random observation about my day. Hope your presentation went well today. I know you were nervous about it. When I had not mentioned a presentation, when I asked him how he knew, he would laugh it off, saying, "Oh, I just had a hunch." Or, "Maybe you mentioned it a while back." I have got a good memory for details. His good memory was starting to feel less like a charming trait and more like a subtle invasion. I started to feel a prickle on the back of my neck, a sense of being watched. Even when I was alone, I would catch myself glancing over my shoulder, feeling a phantom presence. I saw a dark sedan parked down my street a few times, always at different spots, always with tinted windows. It could have been anyone, of course, but the hairs on my arms would stand up every time. One afternoon, a few days before our dinner date, I was feeling particularly antsy. The feeling of being observed had escalated into a full-blown paranoia. I decided to do something I rarely did: a little light social media sleuthing. I found Ethan's LinkedIn, then his IU2B, which was surprisingly sparse for someone who seemed so outgoing. No recent posts, only a few old photos. No Instagram. It was almost too clean. A quick search on GutGoo for Ethan, his last name Architect, yielded a few results, mostly professional listings. But buried deep in the results was an old community forum post from a few years back, discussing a local charity event. Someone had tagged him in a photo and mentioned his address in a casual comment. It was a common mistake people make, not realizing how easily public information can be pieced together. I stared at the address. It was in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood not too far from mine. A strange compulsion seized me. I was not sure why, but I felt an overwhelming urge to see his house. Maybe it would quell my unease, prove that he was just a normal guy, that my imagination was running wild. Or maybe a darker part of me whispered, I was looking for something. Against my better judgment, I got in my car. The drive was short, my hands gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. As I turned onto a street, a knot of dread began to tighten in my stomach. His house was a charming, two-story colonial, well-maintained. with a neat garden. It looked perfectly normal, perfectly innocuous. I drove past slowly, trying to get a good look without appearing obvious. Everything seemed fine. I started to feel a little foolish, a little ashamed of my paranoia. Just as I was about to turn the corner and head home, I hesitated. Something caught my eye. A window on the second floor, a small one, was slightly ajar, and through the gap in the curtains, I saw something. I slammed on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat. I reversed slowly, cautiously, trying to get a better angle. My breath hitched. On the wall, visible through the slightly open curtain and the sliver of light, were photographs. Dozens of them, arranged meticulously, frame after frame. And they were all of me, not just recent ones. Not just the profile pictures he could have pulled from my dating app. These were photos I did not recognize. Photos from my social media. Yes, but some were incredibly old, from accounts I would long since deactivated. There was one of me laughing on a college graduation trip, a candid shot taken by a friend. Another from a family vacation when I was a teenager, my hair a different color, my face younger, more innocent. There was even a faded, grainy picture of me as a child, sitting on a swing set in my backyard. My blood ran cold. My hands started to tremble, a violent tremor that shook the entire car. How? How did he have these? These were not publicly available. Some of them, I barely remember myself. And they were all of me. No friends, no family, just me, captured at different stages of my life, adorning his wall like trophies. Panic, raw and visceral, clawed his way up my throat. This was not just a stalker. This was something far, far worse. The deja vu, the hunch, the feeling of being watched. It was not my imagination. It was real. He knew me. He knew me in a way no stranger ever could. And then, as my eyes darted across the horrifying display, a new wave of fragmented images assaulted my mind, like shards of glass, piercing to the fog of my memory. A woman's face, distorted by fear, warning me. A dark, shadowy figure. A tablet, its screen glowing with a missing person poster, my own face staring back from it. And then, a name, whispered from the deepest, darkest corner of my mind, Alex. The name hit me like a physical blow, a jolt of pure terror. Alex. Sarah. The shapeshifter. It was not a dream. It was real. And this charming, kind, perfect Ethan, he was Alex. He had been all of them. All the perfect matches. All the fleeting connections. All the times I thought I was finding love, only to be left with deeper, more profound loneliness. He had been the one creating the void, only to fill it himself over and over again. My breath caught in my throat. I could not move. I was frozen, trapped by the horrific realization. The photos on his wall, my entire life meticulously documented, curated, displayed, it was sickening. It was a shrine, a monument to his obsession, to his game. As I stared, horrified, at the images of my past, a subtle shift occurred in the window. The curtain, which had been slightly open, now seemed to ripple. And then, slowly, a figure emerged from the shadows of the room, stepping into the sliver of light. It was Ethan. He stood there, perfectly still, his head tilted slightly, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. His eyes, those kind, genuine eyes, now held a glint of something cold, ancient and utterly predatory. He did not look surprised to see me. He looked like he had been expecting me, like this was all part of the plan. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. He saw me. He knew I knew. Every instinct screamed at me to flee. My hands, still trembling, fumbled with the gear stick. Reverse. Foot on the gas. The tires screeched as I peeled away from the curb, leaving a trail of rubber on the asphalt. I did not care. I just needed to get away. I sped down the street, my eyes darting to the rear view mirror. He was still standing there, watching me go, his smile widening into something truly terrifying. It was a smile of triumph, of absolute control. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and fragmented memories. Sarah's voice, clear as a bell now, echoed in my ears. He wipes your memory, creates the loneliness only to fill it himself, changing his appearance and identity each time. This was it. This was another cycle. And I had almost fallen for it again. I drove blindly, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, tears streaming down my face. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. But where could I go? He knew everything about me. He had photos from my childhood. He had been stalking me for years, maybe decades. The dread deepened, turning into a chilling certainty. I was his prey. I had always been his prey. As I drove, the familiar, profound lethargy began to seep in again. It started in my fingertips, a tingling sensation, then spread to my limbs, heavy and numbing. My thoughts, which had been racing a moment ago, began to slow, to blur. The images of Ethan's horrifying shrine, the chilling smile, the name Alex, they started to lose their sharp edges, to become indistinct, like watercolors bleeding into each other. No, I screamed internally, trying to fight it. Not again. I could not let him do this again. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, tried to hold on to the terror, to the truth, to anything that would keep me from slipping back into the void. But it was like trying to hold water in my hands. The lethargy was too strong, too insidious. It was pulling me down, deeper and deeper into a soft, warm darkness. The memories of Ethan, of the coffee date, of the photos that were fading, dissolving into nothingness. The panic, the adrenaline, the sheer horror was all being gently, firmly wiped away. My eyelids fell impossibly heavy. The car veered slightly, and I struggled to keep it straight. The last thing I saw before the darkness fully enveloped me was the road ahead, stretching endlessly, indistinguishably. And then nothing. When I woke up, I was in my own bed, the morning light filtering through the blinds. A dull ache of profound loneliness settled deep in my bones. My phone, lying accusingly on a nightstand, seemed to hum with a quiet, insidious pull. Dating apps. Always dating apps. They were a siren song for the lonely, a promise of connection that rarely delivered. Yet I found myself reaching for it, almost unconsciously. It was a compulsion, a desperate attempt to fill the void, even though every past experience felt like another layer of scar tissue over an already tender heart. I scrolled through the endless parade of faces, each one a fleeting possibility, a digital ghost. A weary sigh escaped me. I was tired, so incredibly tired of it all. But the loneliness, it was a powerful motivator. It pushed me forward, compelled me to swipe, to match, to send out those hopeful, yet utterly meaningless, opening lines. A faint whisper, like a breath of cold air against my ear, brushed past my consciousness. A fleeting image of a smiling face, a name I could not quite grasp, a feeling of unease that vanished as quickly as it appeared. It was nothing, I told myself, just a trick of the mind, just the lingering echoes of a bad dream. The cycle continued, unbroken, forever. The text message buzzed on my nightstand, pulling me from a half-doze. It was Sarah, my perpetually optimistic, occasionally misguided friend. Good luck tonight. Mark. She is really great. You will love her. I groaned, rolling onto my back and staring at the ceiling. A blind date. Again. Sarah's track record for setting me up was, well, it was certainly a track record. There was Brenda, who talked exclusively about her cat's digestive issues, and then Kevin, who was definitely not as she and was equally perplexed by my presence. Sarah meant well, but her matchmaking skills were a special kind of chaotic. Tonight was Eliza. All I knew was her name, and that she was supposedly a graphic designer. I would see in a blurry profile picture Sarah had sent pretty dark hair, a smile that seemed a little too wide, like a porcelain doll. I would agreed out of a mix of politeness and a nagging loneliness that had been creeping up on me lately. It had been a while since I would really connected with anyone. I dragged myself out of bed, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across my apartment. I showered, shaved, and picked out a shirt that was not too formal, not too casual. The usual pre-date ritual, a familiar dance of hope and dread. The restaurant, the Copper Spoon, was one of those trendy places with exposed brick and Edison bulbs, known for its craft cocktails and impossibly small portions. Perfect for a first date. I suppose loud enough to mask awkward silences, dim enough to hide my inevitable nervous sweating. I arrived a few minutes early, got a table, and ordered a beer. My phone buzzed again. Sarah, she just texted me. She is on her way. A knot tightened in my stomach. I checked my reflection in the dark window beside me. Decent. Not quite radiating eligible bachelor, but not recently escaped asylum either. Good enough. Then I saw her. She walked in, and for a second, the bustling noise of the restaurant seemed to dim. She was even prettier than the blurry photo, in a striking, almost unsettling way. Dark, almost black hair that fell in waves around her shoulders, bright, intelligent eyes that seemed to take in everything at once, and that smile wide, perfectly even, a little unsettling in its perfection. She was wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to be both elegant and a little too revealing. She scanned the room, her gaze sweeping over me for a fraction of a second before moving on. My heart did a little flutter kick. Did she see me? Did she not like what she saw? Then her eyes snapped back, locking onto mine. That smile broadened, and she started walking towards my table, a confident, almost predatory grace in her steps. "Mark," she asked, her voice a low, warm alto, as she reached the table. "Eliza." I stood up, extending my hand. She took it, her grip surprisingly firm, her skin cool against mine. "It is so good to see you again," she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She did not sound surprised or even particularly excited. Just pleased, like meeting an old friend. I blinked. Again. "I am sorry. I think you have me confused with someone else. This is our first time meeting." I tried to laugh it off, a nervous chuckle that sounded hollow even in my own ears. Her smile did not waver. She pulled out the chair opposite me and sat down, her movements fluid and unhurried. "Oh, Mark, you always say that." She leaned forward slightly, her dark eyes sparkling under the dim lights. "Do not you remember? Our first date was at that little Italian place. Luigi's. You spilled red wine on your white shirt and were so embarrassed. I thought it was adorable." I stared at her, my beer forgotten. Luigi's. I had been to Luigi's. I had spilled red wine on a white shirt there. But that was with Sarah's cousin, a few years back. Not with her. I would never seen this woman in my life. "No, really," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I am Mark, and you are Eliza. Sarah set us up. We have never met before." She sighed, a soft, almost theatrical sound. "You are doing that thing again, where you pretend not to know me. It is okay. I understand. It takes a little while for you to adjust." She reached across the table, her fingers brushing lightly over the back of my hand. The touch sent a strange shiver down my spine, not unpleasant, but deeply unsettling. "But you do remember, do not you? You told me all about your old dog, Buster, and how you missed him, and how you hated your job in accounting, even though you were good at it." My blood ran cold. Buster, my childhood dog. I had not mentioned Buster to anyone in years, except I had mentioned him once to a date. A different date. And my job, yes. I hated accounting. But how could she possibly know that? Sarah would not have told her those kinds of details. My friends barely knew I hated my job, let alone a blind date. "How do you know about Buster?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She gave a small, knowing smile. "Because you told me, silly." Over pasta, After we saw that terrible rom-com where the guy ends up with the wrong girl. You said it reminded you of your own dating life. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. Was this some elaborate prank? Had Sarah put her up to this? But Sarah was not that cruel, and this felt too real, too specific. And Eliza's expression was utterly sincere, almost tender. She looked at me like I was a cherished, if slightly forgetful, partner. I really do not remember any of that. I insisted, pulling my hand back slightly. I am sorry, but I think you have definitely got the wrong mark. She chuckled a low melodic sound. Oh, Mark, always a skeptic. You will remember. You always do. It just take a little nudge. She picked up the menu. So, are we doing our usual? The salmon for you, and I will have the chicken. Or are we feeling adventurous tonight? I stared at her, utterly speechless. Salmon was my go-to order. How could she know that? My stomach churned. This was not funny anymore. This was something else. Something deeply wrong. I am not ordering anything until you tell me what is going on. I said, trying to inject some firmness into my voice. Are you messing with me? Is this a joke? Her smile finally faltered, just a fraction. A flicker of something disappointment, pity, crossed her features. A joke? Mark, why would I joke about us? We have been through so much. Remember that trip to the Grand Canyon? The one where you almost fell off that ledge trying to get a selfie. I would never been to the Grand Canyon. Not in my life. I have never been to the Grand Canyon. I said, my voice rising slightly. She leaned back, her perfect smile returning. Oh, right. That was a different time. My apologies. Sometimes the memories get a little muddled. So many beautiful moments, you see. She paused, her eyes searching mine. But you do remember the time we went camping, do not you? And that bear got into our cooler. You were so brave. Camping. Bear. Cooler. I had gone camping once years ago, and a bear had gotten into our cooler. But that was with my college buddies. No woman was present. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. This was not a prank. This was not a mistake. This was something far more insidious. She was not just mistaken, she was convinced. And the details she was pulling out were too specific, too personal, to be random guesses. It was like she was plucking fragments from my own life, twisting them, and inserting herself into them. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to flee, to run out of the restaurant and never look back. But my feet felt rooted to the floor. My mind was screaming, but my body was frozen in a strange, horrified fascination. I need to go. I mumbled, starting to push my chair back. She reached out again, her hand gently touching my arm. Her touch was surprisingly comforting, almost hypnotic. Do not go. Mark. Not yet. We just got here. And I have been looking forward to this all day, just like you have. Her eyes held mine, and for a moment, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. A tiny, insidious whisper in the back of my mind, suggesting, maybe she is right. Maybe you just forgot. Maybe you are the one who is crazy. I shook my head, trying to clear it. No, I have not. I do not know you. She sighed again, a soft, wistful sound. You will. You always do. She picked up her menu again, a serene expression on her face. Now about those drinks. I will have my usual gin and tonic. And you, Mark, still sticking with that craft IPA you love so much. My mouth was dry. I did love craft, IPAs. I order one almost every time. It was a common enough choice, but coming from her, it felt like another tiny, chilling invasion. I nodded numbly, unable to speak. The waiter arrived, and I ordered my IPA, while Eliza ordered her gin and tonic. She chatted with the waiter briefly, asking about a special, her voice smooth and confident, completely unfazed by my obvious distress. She acted as if we were a perfectly normal couple on a perfectly normal date. The rest of the dinner was a blur of her talking and me trying to process. She recounted stories, inserting herself into pivotal moments of my life, my college graduation, my first big promotion, even a painful breakup I would have had years ago. She described the apartment I lived in now, not just a layout, but the specific framed photos on my wall, the slightly creaky floorboard by my bedroom door, the old, worn armchair in my living room where I usually read. Things I would never tell a stranger. Things Sarah would not know. Things only I would know. Remember when we painted the living room that awful shade of green? She asked, a playful glint in her eyes. And we had to repaint it all weekend. You were so frustrated, but I thought it was hilarious. I had painted my living room green once. It was an awful shade, and I had been incredibly frustrated. But I was done alone on a whim after a particularly bad week. There was no my heart hammered against my ribs. I felt like I was drowning, submerged in a reality that was not mine, or rather, a reality where my life had been subtly, horrifically hijacked. Every detail she mentioned, every memory she fabricated, chipped away at my sanity, at my sense of self. Was I actually going crazy? Was I suffering from some rare form of amnesia? And she was genuinely trying to help me remember. But the feeling was so wrong, so deeply, fundamentally wrong. Finally, the check arrived. I fumbled for my wallet, desperate to escape. Oh, do not worry about it. Mark, she said, her hand resting on my arm again. I have got it. It is my turn, remember? You paid last time, after that disastrous attempt at making homemade sushi. Homemade sushi. I had tried to make homemade sushi once. It was disastrous, and I had paid for the subsequent takeout pizza. But again, I was alone. I could not take it anymore. I stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over my chair. Eliza, I am sorry. I really have to go. Her smile vanished, replaced by a look of profound sadness. Already, but we were just getting started, and I was hoping we could go back to your place, like we used to. We could watch that terrible sci-fi movie you love, the one with the robots. The terrible sci-fi movie with the robots. Robot jocks. My secret shame, my guilty pleasure. How did she know that? No, I said, my voice hoarse. No, I can't. I am sorry. I practically bolted from the table, leaving her sitting there, her expression a mix of sorrow and something else I could not quite decipher. Patience. Expectation. I walked out of the restaurant into the cool night air, my head spinning. The city lights seemed to blur around me. I hailed a cab, my hand shaking as I gave the driver my address. All the way home, I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see her, following me, her unsettling smile fixed on her face. I burst into my apartment, slamming the door shut and leaning against it, gasping for breath. My apartment, the one she had described in such detail. I looked around, my gaze falling on the framed photos on my wall, pictures of friends, family, places I would visited. No sign of Eliza, the worn armchair, the creaky floorboard. Everything was exactly as I remembered it. No trace of a shared life with this woman. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling as I tried to call Sarah. It went straight to voicemail. I left a rambling message, explaining what had happened, asking if this was some kind of sick joke, demanding answers. Sleep was impossible. I paced my apartment, my mind replaying every detail of the date, every unsettling revelation. Was I losing my mind? Had I truly forgotten so much? But it felt impossible. My memories were vivid, clear. I knew my life. I knew who I was. Did not I? Around 3 a.m., I finally collapsed onto my couch, exhausted but still wired with fear. I must have drifted off, because I woke up with a start to the sound of my phone buzzing. It was a text message. From Eliza. Had a wonderful time tonight. Mark, you always were a fast runner, even when you were trying to escape me. Do not worry. I know you will come back. You always do. Sweet dreams. Exo. Eliza. My blood ran cold. She knew I had run. She knew where I lived. The text was sent just minutes ago. Had she been watching my apartment? Was she still out there? I peered through the blinds, my heart pounding. The street was empty, illuminated by the orange glow of the streetlights. No car, no figure lurking in the shadows. Just the quiet, eerie stillness of the night. The next day was a blur of paranoia. Every car that slowed down on my street, every unfamiliar face I saw, sent a jolt of fear through me. I called Sarah again, and this time she picked up. Hey, Mark, how was the date? I told you Eliza was great. Did not I? She chirped, oblivious to my panic. Sarah, what did you tell her about me? I demanded, my voice tight. Huh. Oh, the usual. That you are a good guy, steady job, loves dogs, hates accounting. Why? Did she freak you out with her psychic abilities? She laughed. She knew about Buster. She knew about my job. She knew I loved craft eepas and salmon. She knew about my apartment, my Robot Jocks movie, even that awful green paint. She said we had been on dates before, that we had been together for years. She said I always forget her. My voice was rising, bordering on hysterical. Sarah went quiet. Whoa, slow down. Mark, she said what? Green paint. Robot Jocks. I did not tell her any of that. I barely know her myself. She is a friend of a friend of a friend. Just someone I met at a networking event. I just got her number for you. Are you sure you have not met her before? I am positive. Sarah, I have never seen her in my life. She is insane. Or I am. Okay, calm down. Look, maybe she is just a little eccentric. Or maybe she looked you up online, did some deep diving. People do that, Deep diving would not tell her about my green paint or my specific memories. And she claimed we went to the Grand Canyon and camping. I have never done either of those things with a woman. Sarah sighed. Okay, that is weird. Look, just block her number. Do not respond. She will get the hint. Block her number. It felt like a flimsy shield against an invisible, insidious threat. But I did it. I blocked Eliza's number, feeling a momentary surge of relief, followed by a deeper sense of dread. Blocking her would not erase what she had done, or what she claimed. It would not put my fractured sense of reality back together. For the next few days, I was on edge. I avoided going out, ordered groceries online, and kept my blinds drawn. I felt like I was living in a glass cage, constantly watched. Every shadow, every sound made me jump. Then, 5 days after the date, a package arrived. It was a small, plain brown box with no return address. My name and address were printed neatly on the label. I opened it cautiously, my heart pounding. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a small, intricately carved wooden figurine of a dog. It was a perfect likeness of Buster, my childhood dog. And attached to its collar was a tiny silver tag, engraved with the words to mark my forgetful love. Always, Eliza. My hands trembled as I stared at the figurine. How could she possibly know what Buster looked like? I had no photos of him online. Only a few faded pictures in an old album at my parents' house. This was not just online stalking. This was something else entirely. That night, I started to question everything. I pulled out old photo albums, my hands shaking. I looked through pictures of my childhood, my adolescence, my early adulthood. I scrutinized every background, every blurry figure, every reflection. Was she there? Had I missed her? My eyes strained, searching for any flicker of her dark hair, her unsettling smile. I found nothing. But the search itself was terrifying. It was like I was looking for a ghost in my own past, a phantom limb of a life I did not remember living. The more I looked, the more uncertain I became. My own memories, once solid and reliable, now felt like shifting sand. Then, I found it, or thought I did. It was an old photograph from a college trip to the beach. A group shot of me and my friends, laughing, arms around each other. In the very far background, almost out of focus, near a distant boardwalk, was a lone figure. A woman with dark hair, looking out at the ocean. Her back was to the camera, so I could not see her face, but there was something about her posture, the way she stood sent a chill down my spine. It was a long shot, a blurry image, but the shape, the hair could be her. I dismissed it, told myself it was just a random person, a trick of the light, my imagination working overtime. But the seed of doubt had been planted, and it began to grow, twisting and coiling around my sanity. The next morning, I woke up to an email. It was not from Eliza, or at least not directly. It was from a real estate agent. The subject line read, "Regarding your property at 123 Elm Street." My address. The email was a generic advertisement for property appraisals, but what caught my eye was the sender's signature, Eliza Vance. Realty Solutions. Eliza, a real estate agent. Was this her job? Or was it just another layer of her? Intrusion. Was she trying to sell my house? Or was she just making sure I knew she could reach me through other means, even if I blocked her number? I did not reply. I just stared at the screen, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. She was not just a random stranger. She was actively inserting herself into the fabric of my life, using every available avenue. A few days later, I was running low on groceries and could not avoid going out any longer. I went to my usual supermarket, trying to act normal, try to ignore the constant sense of being watched. I picked up a carton of milk, a loaf of bread, some frozen dinners. As I rounded the corner into the produce section, I froze. There she was. Eliza. She was standing by the organic apples, her back to me, examining a Granny Smith with a thoughtful expression. She was wearing a simple sweater and jeans, looking completely normal, completely innocuous, like any other shopper. My first instinct was to run, to hide. But something held me rooted to the spot. A morbid curiosity, a desperate need for answers, and a terrifying thought, what if she is always here? What if she has always been here, and I just never saw her? I watched her for a long moment. She picked up an AP bow, sniffed it, then placed it in her basket. She moved with a quiet grace, her dark hair swaying as she turned. Then she turned fully, her eyes meeting mine across the aisle. That smile, the wide, perfect, unsettling smile, it appeared instantly, as if it had just been waiting for me to look. "Mark," she said, her voice carrying across the quiet produce section. Not loud, but clear. "I knew I would find you here. You always come for the organic apples." My breath hitched. I did always buy organic apples. It was a small, silly detail, but it was my detail. I could not speak. I just stood there, clutching my basket, my heart hammering. She walked towards me, her steps slow and deliberate. No rush, no urgency. Just a quiet inevitability. "You have been avoiding me," she said, her voice soft, almost chiding. "That is not very nice. Mark, after all we have been through, what do you want?" I managed to choke out. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes bright and unwavering. "I want you to remember. Mark, I want you to remember us. All of it." She gestured around the supermarket. "Remember that time we came here, and you tried to convince me to buy those awful frozen Brussels sprouts. I told you they tasted like regret, and you said I was being dramatic." My mind flashed back. Frozen Brussels sprouts. I had bought them once, and they had been awful, and I had tried to convince someone to try them. But it was not her. It was my brother. Years ago. You are wrong, I said, shaking my head. That was my brother. Not you. You are twisting my memories. She frowned, a slight crease appearing between her perfect eyebrows. Oh, Mark, why do you always do this? You forget, and I have to remind you. It is tiresome, but I do it because I love you. I always have. You do not love me. You do not even know me. I felt a scream building in my throat. People were starting to look. Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, even as her smile remained. But I do. Mark, I know you better than you know yourself. I know every secret thought, every hidden fear, every quiet joy. I have seen you at your best and at your worst. I was there when you got that terrible haircut in high school. I was there when you cried over your first heartbreak. I was there when you finally got that promotion you worked so hard for. Each sentence was a hammer blow to my psyche. She was describing my life, my private, intimate moments with chilling accuracy. She was not just guessing, she was narrating my existence, as if she had been a constant, unseen presence. Who are you? I whispered, my voice trembling. She reached out, her hand gently cupping my cheek. Her skin was cool, almost cold. I am Eliza. You're Eliza. And you are my Mark. You always have been. We are meant to be, you see, in every life, in every timeline. You just forget sometimes. It is a quirk of yours. A little glitch in your memory. But I never forget. Her thumb stroked my cheek, and for a terrifying moment, I felt a strange sense of comfort, a pull of familiarity that was utterly horrifying. It was as if a part of me, a deep buried part, did recognize her. But why? I asked, tears stinging my eyes. Why do I forget? Why do you remember? She smiled, a sad, knowing smile. That is just how it is. My love. A cosmic joke, perhaps. Or maybe you just need to experience things anew each time. And I am here to guide you, to remind you of all the wonderful lives we have shared. Her eyes seemed to deepen, to hold an ancient, infinite wisdom that terrified me more than anything else. Do not worry. You will remember. We will make new memories, and old ones will resurface. We always do. She leaned in close, her breath cool on my ear. Remember that little scar on your left knee? The one you got falling off your bike when you were 6. I was the one who bandaged it for you, and I was the one who kissed it better. My eyes widened. The scar. I had completely forgotten about it. But it was there. A small, faint line just below my kneecap. A memory, long buried, resurfaced the sting of the fall, the fear, and then a gentle hand, a soft voice, a comforting presence. But it was not my mother. It was not anyone I remembered. It was just a feeling, a warmth, and now a face. Her face. I stared at Eliza, my mind reeling, utterly shattered. The world tilted on its axis. My past, my identity, my very sense of self, it was all crumbling around me. She smiled again, a triumphant yet tender expression. See, you are starting to remember. It just takes a little time. We have all the time in the world. Mark, we always have. She took my hand, her grip firm and reassuring, and began to lead me towards the checkout. I did not resist. I could not. My body felt heavy, my mind numb. I looked at the items in my basket. The organic apples, the milk, the bread, all the mundane things of my life. And now all of them tainted. The ache was back. Not a dull throb, but sharp, insistent pang right behind my ribs, a hollow space that no amount of food, sleep, or distraction could fill. It was a kind of loneliness that burrowed deep, whispering insidious doubts in the quiet hours, making me question every choice, every path I would take in. It was the kind of loneliness that inevitably, inexorably led me back to the apps. I hated the apps. I hated the endless swiping, the superficial judgments, the forced small talk that rarely led anywhere real. I hated the hope that flickered with every new match, only to be snuffed out by a ghosting, a dull conversation, or a date that felt more like an interview than a genuine connection. But the ache was a stronger force than my cynicism. It promised, always, that this time would be different. This time I would find someone who saw me, truly saw me and understood. Then I met David. His profile picture showed a kind smile, eyes crinkling at the corners. He was handsome, but not in an intimidating way. His bio mentioned a love for obscure indie films, hiking, and cooking elaborate meals, all things that resonated with me. Our initial messages were easy, flowing like water. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He asked thoughtful questions, and his responses showed he would actually read my profile, not just skimmed it. It was a refreshing change from the usual hey or WID. We talked for days, then weeks. The conversations felt effortless, as if we would known each other for years. I found myself smiling at my phone, a lightness bubbling up inside me that I had not felt in a long, long time. He seemed to anticipate my thoughts, finishing my sentences, laughing at my jokes even before I delivered the punchline. He made me feel seen, truly seen, in a way that was both comforting and a little unsettling in its immediate intensity. It felt too good to be true, and yet, I desperately wanted it to be real. Our first date was, in a word, magical. We met at a cozy little bistro, tucked away on a side street. The ambient lighting cast a warm glow, and the chatter of other diners was a pleasant hum in the background. David was even better in person. His smile was infectious, his laugh genuine. He listened intently, his gaze unwavering, and when he spoke, his voice was a soothing baritone that seemed to wrap around me. We talked for hours, long after our plates had been cleared and the coffee had gone cold. We covered everything from childhood memories to philosophical musings, from travel dreams to our favorite comfort foods. I felt a sense of ease, a safety I had not realized I was craving until it was there, surrounding me. It was like finally exhaling after holding my breath for years. When the restaurant finally started to empty, David walked me to my car. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant city lights. We lingered there, unwilling to say goodbye, still caught in the current of our connection. He reached out, his hand gently touching my arm, and a warmth spread through me. I had an amazing time tonight, he said, his eyes soft. I really did. Me too. I whispered, my heart doing a little flutter kick in my chest. More than amazing. He smiled, that kind, crinkling smile. Would you like to come back to my place? We could have a nightcap, maybe put on some music. I live just a few blocks from here. My mind immediately conjured all the usual warnings first date. Do not go home with strangers, be careful. But the ache in my chest, that persistent void, was suddenly quieted. David did not feel like a stranger. He felt familiar, safe, and I wanted to prolong this feeling, this connection, for as long as possible. The thought of going home alone, back to the quiet apartment, and the creeping loneliness was suddenly unbearable. Okay, I said, the word a soft exhalation. I would like that. He grinned, a genuine, joyful expression that dispelled any lingering doubts. Great. Follow me. I pulled out of the parking spot, my headlights cutting through the darkness, and followed David's car down the winding street. My stomach was a knot of nerves and excitement. This was it, maybe? This was the beginning of something real, something good. The thought filled me with a giddy hope that chased away the shadows of my past disappointments. We arrived at a modern apartment building, sleek and nondescript, with large windows reflecting the city lights. David held the door for me, then led me down a clean, brightly lit hallway. The air inside was cool, faintly smelling of something fresh and vaguely metallic, like ozone after a storm. It was a comforting smell, somehow, As we walked, a faint sense of unease began to prickle at the edges of my awareness. Nothing specific, just a whisper of familiarity. The pattern of the carpet, the way the light from the recessed fixtures bounced off the walls, the subtle hum of the building's ventilation system. I dismissed it as typical apartment building architecture, something easily mistaken for another. David's apartment was on the third floor. He fumbled with his keys, a light, almost musical jingle, before the lock clicked open. He pushed the door inward, gesturing for me to enter first. "Welcome," he said, his voice warm. I stepped inside, and the first thing that struck me was the silence. It was profound, as if the apartment itself held its breath. The air was cool, almost chilly, in contrast to the warmth of the hallway. My eyes scanned the entryway. It was tastefully decorated, minimalist but inviting. A dark-wood console table held a small ceramic bowl and a stack of art books. A large abstract painting in shades of blue and gray adorned the wall above it. And that is when the first real tremor of unease ran through me. The painting. I would seen it before, or something exactly like it. The brushstrokes, the colors, the way the light from the living room beyond seemed to catch its textured surface. It was uncanny. I paused, my hand still on the doorknob, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over me. "Everything okay?" David asked, closing the door softly behind us. I turned, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just nice place. I really like that painting." He smiled back. "Thanks. Found it at a little gallery downtown." Spoke to me. "You know." I nodded, trying to shake off the odd feeling. It was probably just a common style, a popular artist. No need to get weird about a painting. He led me into the living room. It was spacious, with high ceilings and large windows overlooking the city. A plush, charcoal gray sofa faced a sleek, wall-mounted television. A low coffee table held a stack of magazines and a single, perfectly arranged succulent. Everything was neat, almost clinically so, yet it still felt lived in. "Make yourself at home," David said, gesturing to the sofa. "Can I get you anything? Water, wine, something stronger?" "Water would be great. Thanks." I replied, my voice a little more subdued than I intended, as he walked towards what I assumed was the kitchen. I let my gaze drift around the room. The large windows, the way the cityscape glittered outside, the distant hum of traffic that was barely audible through the thick glass. It was all so familiar, like a scene from a dream I could not quite recall. My eyes fell upon a corner of the room, near a tall bookshelf filled with books and various trinkets. There, taking up an entire section of the wall, was a gallery of framed photographs. My breath hitched. It was a gallery wall. My heart began to pound, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. This was not just a similar painting or a common layout. This was too specific. The arrangement of the frames, the varying sizes, the way some were tilted slightly, creating a sense of organic randomness. It was identical. A cold dread began to seep into my bones, chilling me from the inside out. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Had I been here before? No, that was impossible. I would remember. I would absolutely remember coming to an apartment that looked exactly like this. I walked slowly toward the wall, my legs feeling heavy, as if moving through water. As I got closer, the details became clearer. Each photo was a candid shot, capturing moments that felt deeply personal. And beneath each one, a small, handwritten caption. Our first coffee date. Our first hike together. Our first laugh until our sides hurt. Our first shared meal. Our first time watching the sunset. My eyes darted from photo to photo, a growing horror seizing me. They were my photos. Photos of me with David. Laughing, smiling, eyes shining with genuine happiness. They were all moments from our dates, from our conversations, carefully curated and displayed. But then, a terrifying realization began to dawn. The captions. They were so similar to ones I would seen before. The phrasing, the sentiment, and the photos themselves, while clearly of David and me, held an unsettling echo of other images, other faces. A faint, ghostly image flickered in my mind, another man, with kind eyes and a charming smile, standing beside me in a park. His name, it was on the tip of my tongue. Ethan. No, this was David. This was real. But the images on the wall were too powerful, too specific. They were our firsts, but the memory of other firsts was pressing in like a phantom limb ache. Here's that water, David said, his voice cutting through my spiraling thoughts. He was standing beside me, a glass in his hand, his expression unreadable. I forced myself to turn, my heart hammering. My throat felt dry, tighter than before. The photos, I managed, my voice a whisper. They are beautiful. He smiled, a gentle, almost proud smile. Yeah, I like to capture moments. Our moments. He gestured to the wall. Every first we share. They are special, are not they? My gaze was drawn back to the wall, to the photos of us. The David smiling in these photos was the same David who stood beside me now. But the sheer volume of first, the meticulous documentation, felt less romantic and more obsessive. And then I saw it, tucked away in a corner, slightly obscured by a larger frame, was a piece of paper. It was not a photo. It was a flyer. My blood ran cold. It was a missing person flyer, and the face on it was mine, my own face, staring out from the grainy print, eyes wide with an unknown fear. Underneath it, my name, my height, my last known whereabouts. The date on the flyer was recent, but something about the paper, the slight yellowing at the edges, hinted at an older truth, a terrifying, impossible truth. The world tilted. The room spun. The familiar hum of the building turned into a roaring in my ears. The images on the gallery wall blurred, the captions twisting into grotesque parodies. Ethan. The name exploded in my mind, no longer a ghost but a solid, terrifying reality. Ethan, the shapeshifter, the one who made me forget, the one who fed on my loneliness, creating a void only he could fill, over and over again. The last time, I remembered now, the last time I was here in this very apartment, I had discovered this very wall, this very flyer. I had confronted him. He had revealed his true nature, his horrifying game. He was Mark, he was Laura, he was Daniel, and he was Ethan, and now he was David. The memory of that terrifying revelation, that confrontation, slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. The fear, the disbelief, the utter despair as he explained how he made me forget, how he wiped my slate clean, only to reintroduce himself, preying on my desperate need for connection. My loneliness, my amnesia, his sustenance, his trap, and I had forgotten again. He had done it again. My breath hitched, and I felt a scream building in my throat, but it was trapped, suffocated by the sheer terror. I stared at the flyer, at my own missing face, then at David. His smile was still there, but it seemed to stretch, to pull, revealing something predatory beneath the gentle facade. His eyes, those kind, crinkling eyes, now held a glint of something cold, something ancient and utterly devoid of human warmth. You did it again. I choked out, the words barely a whisper. My voice was hoarse, ragged. David's smile did not falter. If anything, it widened, a flicker of satisfaction in his gaze. Did what again, sweetheart? His voice was still soft, but it held an edge now, a subtle shift in tone that sent shivers down my spine. I backed away, stumbling over my own feet, my eyes wide with terror. The memories. You wiped them. You made me forget. You are Ethan. You are not David. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that made my skin crawl. Ethan, Mark, Laura, Daniel, David. So many names, so many faces. Does it really matter what you call me? when I am the only one who truly sees you. He took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping into the coffee table. The succulent wobbled. No, I cried, my voice finally finding its strength, though it was laced with hysteria. No, you do not see me. You use me. You feed off me. His eyes, those shifting, unsettling eyes, seemed to bore into my very soul. Feed, perhaps. But I also give you what you crave. Do not I? Connection. Understanding. A place where you feel safe, seen. A place where you are not alone. He gestured around the apartment, his hand sweeping across the meticulously arranged living room, the gallery wall, the missing person flyer. All of this it is for you. It is us. My gaze snapped back to the flyer. The date? It was a few weeks ago. The last time I would been here. The last time I would remembered. He had wiped me clean, sent me back out into the world with that gnawing ache of loneliness, waiting for me to find him again in a new guise, ready to restart the cycle. How could you? I sobbed, tears streaming down my face. How could you do this? My life, my past, you take it all. He took another step, closing the distance between us. His expression was no longer kind, no longer even subtly predatory. It was utterly blank, a mask of serene indifference. Because you let me. Because you always come back. That void inside you, it is a beacon, drawing me in. And when I fill it, even for a little while, the sustenance is exquisite. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The thought of him feeding on my desperate need, on my vulnerability, on the very essence of my being, was more horrifying than any monster I could imagine. He was not just stealing my memories, he was stealing myself, my identity, my future. He was turning me into a repeating loop, a broken record, forever searching for a connection that would always lead me back to him, only to be erased and restarted. I want to leave. I whispered, my voice trembling. I looked desperately toward the door, but he was blocking my path. He shook his head slowly, a pitying smile on his face. Oh, sweetheart, you know you can't. Not yet. The cycle has only just begun again. We have only just had our first date. There are so many more firsts to capture, to chronicle, to experience together. His eyes flickered, a subtle shift in their color, an almost imperceptible change in the planes of his face. For a terrifying moment, I saw not David, but Ethan, then Mark, then a fleeting glimpse of a woman's face. Laura, her smile as chilling as his. I won't forget again. I vowed, my voice fierce despite the terror clawing at my throat. I remember everything now. I remember you. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, you will. You always do. The amnesia is part of the gift, you see. It allows for the purity of discovery, the fresh bloom of hope each and every time. And then the terror of remembrance, the despair of recognition that, too, has its own unique flavor, a different kind of sustenance. You provide such a rich tapestry of emotions, my dear. He reached out, his hand slowly extending towards my face. I flinched, but I could not move. It was as if I was paralyzed, caught in the headlights of his monstrous reality. His fingers, long and elegant, brushed against my cheek, sending a jolt of ice through me. But do not worry, he murmured, his voice a silken thread, weaving itself around my panic. The forgetting is always gentle, like drifting off to sleep. And then the longing returns, the ache in your heart, and you will find me again. You always do. His touch was strangely soothing, a chilling comfort. As his fingers lingered on my skin, a strange lethargy began to creep over me. My eyelids fell heavy. The roaring in my ears began to recede, replaced by a soft, distant hum. The vivid details of the apartment, the photos, the flyer, started to blur at the edges, losing their sharp definition. The memory of Ethan, the shapeshifter, the monster, began to recede, like a tide pulling back from the shore. The ache in my chest was still there, but was fading, becoming a dull, background throb, a familiar emptiness, a void waiting to be filled. David's face, so kind, so handsome, seemed to swim before my eyes. His smile, so warm, so genuine. He was perfect, kind, witty, with shared interests. Our conversations flowed effortlessly. Our first date was magical. I felt truly seen, safe, for the first time in ages. He was reaching out to me, his hand gently touching my arm. Would you like to come back to my place? We could have a nightcap, maybe put on some music. I live just a few blocks from here. The thought of going home alone, back to the quiet apartment, and the creeping loneliness was suddenly unbearable. Okay, I whispered, the word a soft exhalation. I would like that. He grinned, a genuine, joyful expression. Great. Follow me. I felt a lightness bubbling up inside me, a giddy hope that chased away the shadows of my past disappointments. This was it, maybe. This was the beginning of something real, something good. The ache was back. Not a dull throb, but sharp, insistent pang right behind my ribs, a hollow space that no amount of food, sleep, or distraction could fill. It was a kind of loneliness that burrowed deep, whispering insidious doubts in the quiet hours, making me question every choice, every path I would take in. It was a kind of loneliness that inexorably led me back to the apps. The world had shattered into a million jagged pieces, and I was left to pick them up one agonizing shard at a time. Emily's voice, calm yet chilling, had laid bare the truth that my mind had so desperately tried to bury. I was not a murderer. I was a witness. A terrified, bound, helpless witness to Ethan's monstrous act. Laura's pleas, my own choked sobs on that recording they replayed in my head on an endless loop, a new, far more insidious nightmare than the one I had been living. The initial relief that I had not been the one with the knife was quickly swallowed by a tidal wave of a different kind of horror. I had not just been a victim of Ethan's manipulation. I had been a prop in a sick theater, forced to watch the life drain from Laura's eyes. My mind, in its desperate, twisted attempt at self-preservation, had made me the perpetrator, a warped shield against the true terror of my powerlessness. It was a defense mechanism that had utterly crippled me, leaving me adrift in a sea of guilt and paranoia. Emily, whose real name was not Sarah, had vanished after the reveal. She would give me the recording, a flash drive with some fragmented evidence she would collected, and the name of a detective she trusted. Then she was gone, leaving me alone in my new, now tainted apartment, with a truth that felt heavier than any lie. The police, when I finally managed to contact them, were sympathetic but cautious. Ethan was a ghost, a phantom. The video I would seen, the one he would manipulated, was untraceable. The recording Emily gave me was compelling, but without Ethan himself or body, it was a long, arduous road. They promised to investigate, to follow leads, but their words felt hollow against the cavernous echo of my trauma. Weeks bled into months. I stopped going to my job. The city lights, which once offered fragile promise of anonymity, now felt like 1,000 scrutinizing eyes. Every shadow held a lurking threat. Every stranger a potential monster. Sleep was a luxury I rarely afforded myself, haunted by Laura's dying gaze and the feeling of ropes digging into my wrists. I saw a therapist, a kind woman with gentle eyes, but even she could not fully untangle the knot of terror and self-loathing that had taken root deep within me. How do you explain to someone that your own brain betrayed you, creating a false reality to protect you from an even more horrifying truth? I was a shell, a ghost haunting my own life. Loneliness, a profound and aching emptiness, became my constant companion. I craved connection, a human touch, a voice that did not remind me of screams or whispered threats. It was a dangerous craving. I knew, especially after everything I had been through. But the isolation was a different kind of slow death. One particularly bleak Tuesday night, after staring at the same four walls for what felt like an eternity, I did something desperate. I re-downloaded Tinder. It felt like a betrayal of every instinct. I had every warning bell screaming in my head. But I needed a distraction, a brief reprieve from the relentless torment of my own thoughts. I was not looking for love, or even a serious relationship, just a conversation. A fleeting moment of normalcy with someone who did not know my past, who would not see the terror lurking behind my eyes. I swiped aimlessly for a while, a hollow ache in my chest. Most profiles blurred into a sea of generic smiles and predictable bios. Then I saw Mark's profile. He had kind eyes, a warm smile, and a bio that mentioned hiking and a love for Italian food. He looked safe, normal. My therapist had told me to try and re-engage with the world, to take small steps. This felt like a small step, maybe too small, or maybe too big. We matched. His first message was simple, polite, and engaging. We chatted for a few days, mostly about mundane things, our jobs, our favorite books, the best coffee shops in the city. He seemed genuinely interested, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I found myself laughing at a silly joke he made. It was a fragile, unfamiliar feeling, like a tiny sprout pushing through concrete. He suggested dinner. There's this amazing Italian place downtown. He messaged, best carbonara you will ever have. How about Friday? My heart did a strange flutter. Fear and excitement warring within me. Sounds great. I typed back, trying to sound casual, trying to ignore the tremor in my hands. Friday arrived, bringing with it a nervous energy I had not felt in ages. I spent an hour picking out an outfit. Something casual but nice, something that did not scream traumatized recluse. I even put on a little makeup, trying to hide the dark circles under my eyes that were permanent fixtures now. Mark was picking me up. He would insist it. It is on my way, and parking downtown is a nightmare, he would said, and it seemed reasonable enough. Still, a tiny alarm bell, barely audible above my anticipation, went off in the back of my mind. Do not get into a car with a stranger. But I pushed it down. This was different. This was just a date. A chance at normalcy. When his car pulled up, a dark sedan. I took a deep breath. He waved, his smile just as warm as in his pictures. He got out and opened the passenger door for me, a gentlemanly gesture that immediately put me at ease. Hey, he said, his voice a pleasant baritone. You look great. Thanks. I managed, a genuine smile touching my lips. You too. He was taller than I expected, with dark, neatly combed hair and a faint scent of aftershave. He seemed utterly normal. And that, paradoxically, was the most unsettling thing of all. We set off, the city lights blurring past us. The initial conversation was easy. We talked about our day, about a new movie that had just come out. He asked about my work, and I vaguely described my old job, careful not to delve too deep into the past. I asked about his, and he spoke enthusiastically about his role in tech, describing complex systems in a way that made my head spin but sounded intelligent. So the Italian place. I said, trying to steer the conversation back to our destination, a subtle way to confirm we were on track. What is it called again? Pasta Paradiso, he replied, glancing at me with a quick, reassuring smile. It is a bit of a drive, but trust me, it is worth it. I nodded, tried to relax. My therapist's voice echoed in my head, challenged your anxieties. Not everyone is Ethan. I tried to believe it. I really did. But as the drive continued, something felt off. We were definitely not heading toward downtown. The cityscape, with its familiar towering buildings and neon glow, was receding behind us, replaced by dimmer streetlights and increasingly sparse suburban houses. My stomach tightened. Hey, Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice light. Are we going the right way? I thought Pasta Paradiso was closer to the city center. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Oh, there's another Pasta Paradiso, a smaller, more authentic one. It is a bit of a hidden gem out past the main drag. I figured you would appreciate something a little less touristy. A hidden gem that sounded plausible Maybe I was just being paranoid. But the anxiety, once a faint whisper, was growing louder, a persistent thrum beneath my skin. The streetlights grew even sparser. The houses gave way to larger, darker lots. And then, slowly, patches of trees began to appear, looming like silent sentinels in the periphery. Wow, this really is off the beaten path. I commented, my voice betraying a hint of my unease. I glanced at the GPS on his dashboard. It showed a map, but the route seemed to be leading us further and further away from any major roads, deeper into what looked like rural territory. That is the beauty of it, Mark said, his eyes fixed on the road. His smile, which had seemed so kind before, now felt a little too wide, a little too fixed. No crowds, just good food and good company. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was not right. The trees were closing in now, thick and dark, their branches clawing at the night sky. The road, once smooth asphalt, had become narrower, less maintained, littered with fallen leaves and the occasional pothole. My phone, which I had discreetly pulled from my purse, showed a rapidly diminishing signal. Mark, I said, my voice firmer this time, an edge of panic creeping in. I am really not comfortable with this. Can we just turn back? I am sure there is another Italian placed closer to city. He did not answer. Immediately, the silence stretched, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the hum of the engine and the crunch of tires on gravel. My gaze darted to the car door, then back to him. His hands were gripping the steering wheel, knuckles white. His profile, once so open, now seemed rigid. We are almost there, he finally said, his voice strangely flat. Just a few more minutes. No, I insisted, my voice rising. No, we are not. This is not a restaurant. Mark, this is the middle of nowhere. Turn the car around. Now, he laughed then, a short, dry chuckle that sent a shiver down my spine. It was not a warm laugh. It was cold, devoid of humor. You really think I am taking you to a restaurant? The words hit me like a physical blow. My breath hitched. The blood drained from my face, leaving me cold and clammy. This was it. This was a monster, finally revealing itself. My mind screamed. Ethan, the memory of being tied up, of Laura's terrified eyes, flashed before me with sickening clarity. I could not be helpless again. I would not be. What do you want? I whispered, my voice barely audible, but laced with newfound steel. My hand instinctively went for the door handle, but it was locked. Of course, it was locked. He slowed the car, turning off the main dirt track onto an even narrower, barely visible path that snaked deeper into the dense woods. The trees swallowed us whole, their shadows stretching long and menacing in the dim light of the headlights. He brought the car to a stop in a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by an impenetrable wall of trees. The engine died, plunging us into an unnerving silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of my heart. He turned to face me, and the smile was gone. His eyes, which had seemed kind in his profile picture, were now cold, devoid of any warmth. They held a predatory glint that made my stomach churn. What do I want, he repeated, his voice low and dangerous. I want to see the fear in your eyes. I want to know what makes you scream. My blood ran cold. This was not just some creepy guy. This was something far worse. This was a predator, and I was his prey. But I was not the helpless girl I had been with Ethan. Not anymore. The trauma had broken me, but it had also forged something new, something sharp and resilient. I had survived one monster. I would survive this one too. You are not going to get anything from me. I spat, my voice surprisingly steady despite the terror coiling in my gut. My eyes darted around the interior of the car, searching for anything, a weapon, an escape route. He chuckled again, that same chilling, humorless sound. Oh, I think I will. They always do. You look like the type who puts on a brave face, but deep down, you're just begging to be broken. He leaned closer, his breath hot on my face, smelling faintly of mint and something else, something metallic and unpleasant. My body tensed, every muscle screaming for action. I could not let him touch me. I could not let him get his hands on me. The memory of the ropes, the feeling of utter powerlessness, fueled a desperate surge of adrenaline. As he reached for me, his hand snaking towards my arm, I reacted without thinking. My right hand, still clenching my phone, shot up, connected with the side of his head with a sickening thud. He grunted, surprised, recoiling slightly. It was not a powerful blow, but it was enough. In that split second of his disorientation, I lunged. My fingers fumbled with the door handle again, trying to find the manual release. My heart hammered against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure panic. He recovered quickly, his eyes narrowing, a snarl twisting his features. His hand shot out, grabbing a handful of my hair, yanking my head back painfully. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice guttural, completely devoid of the charming facade. The pain was excruciating, but it ignited a furious fire within me. I bit down hard on his hand, not caring if I broke a tooth. He cried out, a sharp yelp of pain, loosening his grip for just a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. With a desperate surge of strength, I tore my head free, fumbling wildly until my fingers finally found the emergency door latch. I yanked it up, pushed the door open, and tumbled out of the car, hitting the ground hard. The impact jarred my teeth, sending a jolt of pain through my body, but I barely registered it. Freedom. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The woods were a tangled mess of shadows and unseen obstacles. I could hear Mark shouting behind me, his voice filled with rage. "Get back here, you whore!" I did not look back. I just ran, deeper into the woods, away from the car, away from him. The branches lashed at my face and arms. Twigs snapped under my feet, and the uneven ground threatened to trip me at every step. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed through the pain, fueled by primal terror and a fierce determination not to become another victim. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint, distant glow of his headlights, which seemed to mock my desperate flight. I could hear his footsteps behind me, heavy and relentless, crashing through the undergrowth. He was bigger, stronger, and he knew these woods better than I did. Every rustle, every snap of a twig, every whisper of the wind through the leaves sent a fresh wave of terror through me, making me push harder, faster. My mind raced, a chaotic jumble of survival instincts and traumatic flashbacks. Ethan's face, Laura's blood, the feeling of being utterly helpless. Never again. I vowed, a silent mantra echoing in my head. Never again will I be a silent witness. I tripped over a root, falling hard to my knees, scraping them raw. Pain shot through me, but I ignored it, scrambling back to my feet. He was close. I could hear his heavy breathing, his curses. He was gaining on me. I veered sharply to the left, hoping to throw him off, crashing through a thicket of thorny bushes. The thorns tore at my clothes, snagging my skin, but I barely felt it. My only thought was escape. Suddenly, the ground beneath me gave way. I cried out as I plunged downwards, landing with a sickening thud in a hidden ditch. The air rushed out of my lungs, and a sharp pain flared in my ankle. I must have twisted it. I lay there for a moment, stunned, gasping for breath, the taste of dirt in my mouth. Above me, I heard Mark's footsteps falter, then stop. "Where did you go, bitch?" he snarled, his voice closer now, laced with frustration. He was directly above the ditch. I held my breath, pressing myself against the damp earth, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. I heard him pacing back and forth, the rustle of leaves indicating he was searching. "I know you are here," he muttered, his voice dangerously low. "You can't hide from me." My heart hammered so hard I thought he must hear it. My ankle throbbed, a dull, insistent ache. I could feel warm blood trickling down my leg. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying, bargaining with whatever higher power might be listening. He was so close. I could hear him breathing heavily, the rustle of his clothes. A beam of light, from his phone perhaps, cut through the darkness, sweeping across the ditch, narrowly missing me. I flinched, pressing my face into the dirt, terrified he would see me. Then a sound, distant, faint but distinct. A siren. My breath hitched. Mark paused, his pacing stopping dead. He stood absolutely still for a moment, listening. The siren grew louder, a wailing cry cutting through the silence of the woods. "Damn it," he hissed, his voice filled with venom. I heard him turn, his footsteps receding, moving away from the ditch, back towards his car. He was leaving. He was actually leaving. The siren continued to grow louder, closer. I stayed utterly still, not daring to move, not daring to believe. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, the siren reached a crescendo, then faded slightly as it presumably turned onto the dirt track. I heard the distant slam of a car door, the roar of an engine starting, then the screech of tires as Mark sped away. I waited and waited. The siren was very close now. Headlights, bright and blinding, pierced the darkness, sweeping through the trees. I could hear voices, muffled at first, then clearer. "Hello. Anyone out here? Police. If you can hear us, call out." Relief, so overwhelming it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I tried to shout, but my voice was hoarse, a barely audible croak. I tried again, louder this time. "Here. I am here." A flashlight beam found me, cutting through the darkness. A figure appeared at the edge of the ditch, silhouetted against the bright light. "There she is," a male voice called out. Two officers helped me out of the ditch, their faces grim as they took in my disheveled appearance, my torn clothes, the scrapes and bruises covering my skin. My ankle screamed in protest as I put weight on it. "Are you all right, madam?" one of them asked, his voice kind, concerned. I just nodded, unable to speak, tears finally streaming down my face. Not tears of fear, but of sheer, overwhelming relief. I was safe. I had survived. The police report took hours. I recounted everything, from the Tinder match to the terrifying drive, to the struggle in the car and my desperate flight through the woods. They listened patiently, taking notes, their expression serious. They asked about Mark's appearance, his car, any details I could remember. I gave them everything I had, hoping it would be enough. They found his car, abandoned a few miles down the road, wiped clean of prints. He was a ghost, just like Ethan, another phantom, another monster who had slipped through the cracks. They promised to investigate, to put out an alert, but the sense of futility of facing an invisible enemy was crushing. I spent the next few days in a haze of pain and fear. My ankle was sprained, my body a tapestry of bruises and scratches. But the physical wounds were nothing compared to the fresh trauma seared into my psyche. I had survived, yes. I had fought back. But the world felt even more dangerous now, the line between normal and monstrous even thinner, even more blurred. The incident with Mark did not erase the horror of Ethan. It only amplified it. It confirmed my deepest fears that monsters walk among us, indistinguishable until it is too late, that the world is a dangerous place, and trust is a luxury I might never be able to afford again. I often think about Mark, about his kind eyes in the picture, his charming messages, his polite demeanor, how easily it lured me in, how perfectly he had played the role of a safe, normal man. And then the switch. The chilling reveal of the predator beneath the polished surface. I still live in the same city, but the spark Emily, or rather, Sarah, had briefly ignited within me is long gone. I rarely leave my apartment. The fear of strangers, of the unknown, an ever-present companion. Every face I see, every polite smile, every casual gesture is scrutinized, analyzed the slightest hint of danger. The woods, once a symbol of nature's beauty, are now a dark, suffocating labyrinth in my mind, a place where hidden horrors lurk. I survived, but a part of me, a part that believed in goodness, in safety, in the possibility of a normal life, died in those woods. And sometimes late at night, when the silence presses in and the shadows dance on my walls, I wonder if the real horror is not the monsters themselves, but the chilling realization that they are everywhere, and we are forever just one swipe, one wrong turn, one moment of misplaced trust away from becoming their next story. The world outside the motel room had been a blur of headlights and rain, a frantic, desperate escape. I would burst out there like a phantom limb had been severed, leaving behind the chilling image of my own face on that missing person flyer, the ghost of a life stolen. 6 months. 6 months of my existence. Simply gone. Replaced. Curated. My foot pressed the accelerator, the engine a low growl beneath me, trying to outrun the terror gnawing at my insides. Ethan. Alex. The shapeshifter. He was not just a stalker, he was an architect, building a new reality around me, brick by terrifying brick. And the text message, "You look tired, my love. Let me take care of everything," had been the final, suffocating proof. He was watching. He was everywhere. The highway stretched ahead, a black ribbon unspooling into the infinite darkness. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror, then to the side mirrors, then back to the road. Every pair of headlights felt like a predator's gaze, every distant silhouette a potential threat. My heart was a frantic drum solo against my ribs, a constant, painful reminder of the adrenaline coursing through me. But the adrenaline was fighting a losing battle against it. The lethargy. It was not just exhaustion from fleeing, it was something deeper, more insidious. A thick fog attempting to creep into my mind, dulling the edges of my panic, whispering promises of oblivion. Just forget. Just rest. Let it all go. I dug my nails into the steering wheel, fighting it with every fiber of my being. I could not forget. Not again. This truth, however horrifying, was my only weapon, my only shield. Hours bled into one another. The rain had stopped, giving way to a pale, sickly moon that cast long, distorted shadows across the endless fields. My gas tank was nearing empty, and my stomach was a hollow ache. More importantly, my mind felt like a battlefield, my thoughts a tangled mess of fear and fragmented memories trying desperately to reassemble themselves. Sarah. I had to find Sarah. She was my anchor, my only link to a past he had not touched, or so I hoped. But what if he was wearing her face? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I spotted a cluster of lights in the distance, a small town, probably. It was late, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. My body screamed for rest, but my mind screamed louder for vigilance. I pulled off the highway, the gravel crunching under my tires, a sound that felt deafening in the oppressive silence. The town was a sleepy collection of brick buildings and dim street lights. A single neon sign glowed like a beacon diner open 24 hours. It was a risk. I knew, but I needed coffee and maybe some food. I needed a moment to pretend, just for a second, that things were normal. I parked my car under a flickering street lamp, tried to choose a spot that offered both discretion and a clear view of the road. My hands trembled as I killed the engine. The silence that followed was unnerving, broken only by the distant hum of the highway. Stepping out of the car, the cool night air was a shock against my skin. I pulled my jacket tighter, my gaze sweeping the deserted street. Nothing, just a diner, a gas station across the road that was dark, and a few parked cars. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the diner door. A bell jingled cheerfully, a stark contrast to the dread in my heart. The place was almost empty. A lone figure sat at the counter, hunched over a coffee cup, and a waitress with tired eyes was wiping down tables. The smell of stale coffee and frying bacon hung heavy in the air. I chose a booth in the corner, one that allowed me to see the door and most of the diner. The vinyl was cracked, the table sticky. I did not care. I just needed to be still for a moment. The waitress, a woman who looked about 50 with a kind, weary face, came over. "Just you, Han?" she asked, her voice raspy. "Yes, please. Coffee, black. And a grilled cheese, if you're still doing food." "Course we are. Coming right up." She gave me a sympathetic look before heading back to the kitchen. I cradled the warm coffee cup in my hands when she brought it, letting the heat seep into my numb fingers. The caffeine was a welcome jolt, a tiny weapon against the encroaching lethargy. I watched the door, my paranoia a constant hum beneath the surface. Every creak of the floorboards, every clatter from the kitchen, made me jump. Then the man at the counter looked up. He was a few seats down from me, so I had not really noticed him before. He had sandy brown hair, a kind face with laugh lines around his eyes, and a comfortable, worn flannel shirt. He caught my eye, and instead of the usual quick glance away, he offered a small, gentle smile. My entire being tensed. Do not engage. Do not trust. But something in his smile was disarmingly genuine. He was not slick or predatory. He looked tired, too, like he had been driving all night, just like me. "Rough night?" he asked, his voice soft, not loud enough to carry across the diner, but clear. I hesitated. "Something like that." He nodded, taking a sip of his coffee. "Long haul? Huh. I am headed out west myself. Just stopping for a refuel." He gestured to his coffee cup. "Me too." I lied, not specifying my direction. "You look like you could use a break," he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He was not ogling me, was not being aggressive, just observant. "You got a place to stay tonight. Or just pushing through. Just pushing through." I repeated, feeling the lethargy like a lead blanket settling over me. My eyelids fell heavy. My resolve, though fierce, was starting to fray at the edges. He slid off his stool and walked over to my booth, stopping a respectful distance away. "Look, I do not mean to be forward, but you look like you are about to pass out. I have got a spare room at my place, not far from here. It is nothing fancy, just a bed. You get a few hours of proper sleep. Wash up, no strings attached. I promise. Just a fellow traveler offering a hand." My gut screamed at me. No, never. He is Alex. He is a trap. But another part of me, the part that was so profoundly, so crushingly tired, was listening. He seemed so normal, so kind. And the thought of a proper bed, a shower, a moment of respite from the endless road and the constant terror was a siren song. This was not a motel, a public place where Alex could easily find me. This was a private residence. It felt safer, paradoxically. And if he was Alex, he would not be offering a spare room. He would be luring me directly into his web. Would not he? My mind was so muddled. I do not know. I mumbled, my gaze flicking to the waitress, who was now behind the counter, absorbed in a crossword puzzle. "No pressure at all," he said, holding up his hands. "Just an offer. My name's Ben, by the way." He extended a hand. I hesitated, then shook it. His grip was firm, warm, not threatening. "Megan." I lied, using the first name that came to mind. My real name felt too dangerous to utter. He smiled again. "Nice to meet you. Megan. Think about it. It is just 5 minutes down the road. I am just going to finish my coffee and then head out. If you change your mind, I will be happy to point you in the right direction." He went back to his stool. My grilled cheese arrived, but I could barely taste it. My mind was racing. He was either genuinely kind or the most sophisticated trap Alex had ever set. The lethargy was winning, whispering promises of peace. Just a few hours of sleep. You needed to fight. I weighed the options. Continuing to drive, exhausted and paranoid, was dangerous. Sleeping in my car was worse. A motel was out, he knew where I would been. This felt like a desperate, last-ditch gamble. When Ben stood up to pay, I made my decision. Ben, I called out, my voice raspy. He turned, a questioning look on his face. Thank you. I said, I think I will take you up on that offer. Just for a few hours. A genuine smile spread across his face. Great. Come on. I will lead the way. My car followed his beat-up sedan through the deserted streets of the small town. The terror was still there, a knot in my stomach, but it was dulled by the exhaustion. I tried to rationalize it. He seemed nice. He was not pushy. Maybe I was just overly paranoid. Maybe this was a chance, a tiny window of safety. He pulled into a driveway next to a small, unassuming house with a porch light on. It was a single-story place, nothing remarkable. He got out and waited for me. I killed my engine, my hand hovering over the door handle. This is it. This is either salvation or the end. Welcome, he said, opening the front door and gesturing inside. It is not much, but it is clean. I stepped inside, my senses on high alert. The air was warm, smelling faintly of wood polish and something herbal like chamomile. It was a comforting smell, one that felt oddly familiar. My eyes scanned the living room. A comfortable-looking sofa, a worn armchair, a coffee table with a stack of magazines. A small, slightly crooked painting of a sailboat on a stormy sea hung on the wall. My breath caught in my throat. The painting. It was identical. Not similar. Identical. The same slightly crooked angle. The same muted colors. The same tiny chip in a frame near the bottom left corner. It was a cheap print, the kind you buy at a discount store, but Ethan had one just like it. He would even commented on the chip, saying it gave the painting character. A cold dread began to seep into my bones, pushing past the lethargy. No, this was impossible. Coincidence. It had to be. Ben, or whoever he was, smiled. Make yourself at home. The bathroom's just down the hall, second door on the left, and the guest room is the third door. He gestured to a hallway that stretched into the back of the house. As he did, my eyes fell on a small, intricately carved wooden elephant on a side table. The elephant, Ethan had collected them. Not expensive ones, just small, quirky ones. He had a whole shelf of them. This one was exactly like the one he kept on his bedside table. The same missing tusk, the same faded paint on its tiny eyes. My heart began to hammer again, this time with a frantic, sickening rhythm. My blood ran cold. This was not coincidence. This was, can I get you anything? Water. Tea. Ben's voice was warm, solicitous. I turned to him, my gaze sweeping his face. The kind eyes, the laugh lines. He looked exactly like Ben. But the puzzle pieces were starting to click into place, forming a picture of pure, unadulterated horror. The layout, the way the living room flowed into the small dining area, the slightly squeaky floorboard just past the threshold. I would walk over it 100 times in Ethan's house. This was not just like Ethan's house. This was Ethan's house. But how? How could it be? He lived miles away in a different state. And Ben was not Ethan. Or was he? You look like you've seen a ghost. Megan, Ben said, his smile faltering slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. He is playing a part. He is always playing a part. This place, I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. It is so familiar. His smile returned, a little wider this time, a little too knowing. Is it? Well, I suppose all these small town houses have a similar charm. Do not they? He was lying. I knew it. Every cell in my body was screaming it. The lethargy, for a terrifying moment, lifted completely, replaced by a surge of pure, primal fear. I took a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for the door behind me. It was still open, just a crack. My car was outside. I could run. I had to run. But he was faster. In a single, fluid motion, he was between me and the door, his hand resting on the frame, blocking my escape. His expression had changed. The kind, weary travel was gone. In his place was a chillingly calm, expectant look. The laugh lines around his eyes seemed to deepen, but not with warmth, with something colder. "No, no. Megan," he said, his voice still soft, but now with an underlying current of steel that made my skin crawl. "Do not you recognize your own home?" My own home. The words echoed in my head, twisting into a grotesque mockery. "This is not my home." I managed to choke out, my voice trembling. This is Ethan's house." His head tilted slightly, a subtle shift that was terrifyingly familiar. "Ethan's house." "Oh, my dear." "You are getting confused again." He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. "Ethan does not live here anymore." "I do. And you live here with me." My mind reeled. He was not just Alex. He was Ethan and Ben, and who knew how many other faces he would warn. He had not just stalked me. He would move me. He would take me from my old life, erase my memories, and then, when I fled, he would simply relocate his entire operation. Or perhaps this was the original stage, the true starting point, and the previous house had been a temporary set. "You moved everything." I whispered, my eyes darting around the room, trying to reconcile the familiar objects with the new face standing before me. The furniture was the same, the cheap prints, the worn rug. Even the faint smell of chamomile now felt like a carefully constructed illusion. "Some things are worth keeping," he said, his eyes glinting with a predatory satisfaction. "Especially when they remind me of us." He stepped closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the closed door. He had shut it without me even noticing. The click of the latch was a death knell. "You are Alex," I stated, no longer a question, but a desperate affirmation of the horrifying truth. His smile widened, a slow, deliberate unveiling of his true nature. "Finally, you remember. It is always so much more satisfying when you choose to remember. My love." The word love felt like a venomous bite. He reached out, slowly, to touch my face. I flinched, but he did not stop, his fingers tracing my jawline, sending shivers of revulsion through me. "You have been fighting the lethargy so well," he murmured, his thumb brushing over my cheekbone. "I am almost impressed. But you are tired, are not you? So tired." The fog tried to descend again, thick and cloying. I fought it, pushing back with every ounce of willpower I possessed. "You wiped my memories." I accused, my voice gaining strength, fueled by anger and terror. "You engineered my loneliness. You took my life." His eyes, still Ben's eyes, but now holding an ancient malevolent intelligence, seemed to sparkle. "I gave you a better life. A life where you were loved, cherished, complete. A life where you belonged." He paused, his gaze intense. "You were so lost, so adrift before me. Did not you feel it? The emptiness, the yearning for someone to truly see you." He was twisting it, twisting my pain into his twisted narrative. "You created that emptiness." I cried. "You took everything. My friends, my family, my past." He sighed, a sound of mild exasperation. Details. They were distractions. Noise. I streamlined your existence, carved out the unnecessary bits, so you could finally see what truly mattered. Me." He stepped back, gesturing around the room with an expansive sweep of his hand. "This is a fresh start. For us. You ran, but you always come back to me. Do not you see? I am your constant, your only true home." The horror was overwhelming. He was not just controlling me, he was trying to redefine reality itself. He wanted me to believe his lies, to accept this twisted existence he would crafted. The flyer. I whispered, remembering the missing person flyer. You took me 6 months ago. His smile did not falter. A necessary step. You were resistant at first, but a little bit of forgetfulness, a little bit of gentle guidance, and you adapted beautifully. So pliable, so eager to be loved. You made it so easy. He made it sound like I was a pet he would train, a doll he would dress. The rage that surged through me was a potent antidote to the lethargy. I would not be his doll. I would not be his pet. Why? I demanded, clenching my fists. Why me? His eyes softened, or rather mimicked softness. Because you were perfect. So utterly alone. So yearning for connection. A blank canvas, just waiting for me to paint my masterpiece. And you, my dear, are my magnum opus. He walked over to a bookshelf, picking up a framed photograph. My stomach dropped. It was a picture of me, smiling, from what I now knew was my life before him. A life he would erase. I have studied you for so long, he said, his voice a low, possessive hum. Every nuance, every expression. I know you better than you know yourself. He looked up from the photo, his gaze piercing. I know what you crave, what you fear, what makes you truly you. Then, the true horror of his plan began to unravel in my mind. The photos on his wall, spanning my entire life, his desire to replace me. He did not just want to control me. He did not just want me to belong to him. You want to be me. I breathed, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. You want to wear my face. Live my life. His eyes gleamed. And what a life it will be. Free from the petty anxieties, the mundane struggles. A life of profound clarity. Of purpose. My purpose. He was not just a shapeshifter. He was an identity thief on a cosmic scale. He studied, he observed, he engineered, and then he became. He wanted to shed his own formless existence and step into mine, living the life he had so meticulously crafted. And what would happen to me? Would I become another forgotten memory, another discarded persona? Would I simply fade? No. I whispered, the word a desperate plea, a fierce refusal. Oh. But yes, he countered, his voice chillingly calm. You are tired, my love. So tired. Just let go. Let me take care of everything. Let me take over. He extended his hand again, not to touch me, but as an invitation. An invitation to oblivion. The lethargy hit me with renewed force, a crushing wave. My vision blurred. My knees threatened to buckle. He was right. I was so tired. My mind screamed for rest, for peace, to just stop fighting. But then, a fleeting image flashed through my mind, Sarah's face. Her bright, honest smile. My only link. My only hope. I could not let go. I could not forget her or myself. No, I said again, louder this time, shaking my head. The word felt like an act of defiance, a shield against the encroaching darkness. I won't let you. His expression hardened. The benevolent mask slipped completely, revealing something ancient and cold beneath. You do not have a choice, my dear. You never did. He took another step toward me, his gaze fixed, unwavering. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst. My hand flew to the doorknob, twisting it frantically, but it was locked. Of course, it was locked. He would not make it that easy. I backed away, stumbling over the worn rug, my eyes darting frantically for an escape. A window. The kitchen. Anywhere. He watched me, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. Where will you go, my love? This is your home. You are already here, and I am already you. His words hung in the air, a terrifying prophecy. He was everywhere. He was everyone. He could be me. The battle was not just for my life or my memories anymore. It was for my very existence, my soul, my identity. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty that this time, escaping his house would not be enough. This time, I had to escape him, and I had to do it before he finished replacing me entirely. I fought the lethargy, fought the fear, fought the overwhelming urge to simply collapse and let him win. I would not. I could not. Not now. Not ever. The fight had just begun, and I knew, deep in my bones, that it was a fight to the death. Mine or his. And I was not ready to die. Not yet. It started again, like it always did. A slow, creeping emptiness that would settle deep in my chest, right behind my ribs, a hollow ache that no amount of late-night TV or mindless scrolling could fill. It was not just loneliness, it was a specific kind of loneliness, a profound sense of being utterly disconnected. As if everyone else was part of a secret club I would have been permanently barred from. Looking back now, I can almost pinpoint the moment it would begin to bloom, a tiny seed of despair that would sprout and spread its tendrils until it choked out everything else. Dating apps, my old nemesis, my supposed savior. I would delete them, swear them off, convinced I was better than the endless parade of curated smiles and superficial bios. But the ache would always bring me back, a desperate, cyclical craving for connection, for someone to truly see me. And so, there I was again, swiping through faces, each one a potential disappointment, a fleeting hope. It was a familiar ritual, one I would perform countless times, though I never remembered the previous attempts. Each time felt like the first, a fresh wound in an old, familiar place. My profile was honest, maybe too honest. I was not trying to sell fantasy. I just wanted someone real. Most profiles were bland, recycled jokes and travel photos. Then I saw hers. Sarah. Her profile picture was warm, genuine, a slight, knowing smile that seemed to hold a hint of shared experience. Her bio was witty, self-deprecating, and spoke about a love for obscure indie films and late-night walks. It felt authentic. Too authentic, almost like it was crafted specifically for me. We matched. Of course we matched. Our messages flowed effortlessly, a seamless back and forth that felt less like an introduction and more like a continuation of a conversation we would already been having for years. She understood my obscure references, laughed at my dry humor, and even finished my sentences a couple of times. It was uncanny. It was perfect. It was, in hindsight, too perfect. A tiny, almost imperceptible flicker of unease would sometimes pass through me. A sense of déjà vu. A fleeting thought that I would have felt this before, this intoxicating rush of connection. But it was always drowned out by the sheer relief. The giddy hope that this time it was real. This time I would found someone. We decided to meet for drinks. A cozy little bar downtown, dimly lit, with worn leather boots and the low hum of conversation. I arrived a few minutes early, heart thumping with a mix of nerves and excitement. I scanned the room, searching for a face I would only seen in pixels. Then I saw her. She was sitting in a booth by the window, nursing a glass of red wine, her eyes scanning the entrance. When she saw me, that same warm, knowing smile spread across her face. She was even more charming in person, her eyes sparkling with intelligence that drew me in instantly. "You must be Mark," she said, extending a hand. Her voice was soft, melodic, with a hint of something familiar I could not quite place. "Sarah," I replied, taking her hand. Her grip was firm, her skin surprisingly cool. "It is great to finally meet you." She just smiled a little too widely and gestured for me to sit opposite her. Finally, indeed, we settled into easy conversation. It was just like our messages, effortless and engaging. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, the kind of mundane details that somehow felt profound in her presence. She listened intently, her gaze unwavering, making me feel truly seen, truly heard. It was everything I would have been craving, everything I would have been missing. But then, about halfway through our first round of drinks, she paused, her glass halfway to her lips. She looked at me, her head tilted slightly, a strange expression on her face. You know, she began, her voice a little lower now, it is funny. I feel like we have had this conversation before. I chuckled, a little nervously. Well, we have been chatting a lot online. Maybe it just feels familiar. She shook her head slowly, her eyes still fixed on mine, a peculiar intensity in their depths. No, I mean, I feel like we have had this date before, or something very much like it. My smile faltered. I am pretty sure I would remember meeting someone like you. Sarah, I said, try to inject some lightness into my tone. My mind raced, trying to recall any previous encounters. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to an almost conspiratorial whisper. Do you remember that little Italian place? The one with the checkered tablecloths and the opera music playing too loud. My brow furrowed. No, I do not think so. I do not really go to Italian places much. Oh, you did, she insisted, her smile fading replaced by something more serious. We had the spaghetti carbonara. You spilled a little on your shirt. Right here, she pointed to my chest, just above my heart. And you were so embarrassed, but I just laughed and told you it was charming. A chill ran down my spine. I did remember spilling carbonara on a date months ago, but it was not at an Italian place, and it was not with her. It was with someone else. Someone whose face was hazy, whose name I could not quite recall. A fleeting, uncomfortable memory. I think you are mistaken. I said, my voice firmer now. I have never been on a date with you before tonight. I am positive. She sighed, a slow, weary sound. You always say that. Every time. My stomach clenched. Every time. What are you talking about? Her eyes seemed to bore into mine, searching for something, a flicker of recognition perhaps. The coffee shop, the one with the mismatched chairs and the terrible poetry readings on, Tuesday nights. You told me about your dream of opening a small bookstore, how you loved the smell of old paper. I stared at her, my mouth slightly agape. I had told someone that. It was a deeply personal dream, one I rarely shared. It had been on a first date, with a woman whose name I could not quite grasp, but whose face was equally indistinct. The memory was so vivid, so real, yet it had no place in this conversation with Sarah. I do not understand. I stammered. How do you know that? She leaned back, her gaze distant, as if recalling a long, convoluted story. Because I have been there. Mark, I have been on all of them. The good ones, the bad ones, the ones where you talk about your ex for an hour straight. I have seen you through all of them. My mind reeled. This was not just a mistaken identity. This was something else. Something unsettling. Was she a stalker? Had she done her research? But the details she was giving were too specific, too intimate, too casual for someone who was just stalking my public profiles. Who are you? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The cozy bar suddenly felt suffocating, the low hum of conversation turning into a menacing drone. She looked at me, a flicker of something akin to pity in her eyes. I am Sarah, and I have been trying to help you. Help me with what? With him, she said, her voice dropping to a near inaudible level, her eyes darting quickly around the room, as if checking for listeners. With Alex, the name hit me like a physical blow. Alex, a jolt, a flash of something utterly terrifying. A dark road, vanishing city lights, a cold, predatory glint. My breath hitched. What are you talking about? I forced out, my voice trembling. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. He is a shapeshifter. Mark, Sarah said, her voice urgent now, but still impossibly soft. He preys on lonely people. He finds you. He makes you feel seen. He makes you fall for him. And then he traps you in a cycle. My blood ran cold. The words, the very concept, resonated with a terrifying familiarity. A cycle of loneliness, constantly returning to dating apps. The profound sense of being disconnected. It all clicked into place, not as a memory, but as a deep primal understanding. He wipes your memory. Mark, she continued, her eyes wide with a desperate plea. He creates the loneliness, only to fill it himself. He changes his appearance, his name, his whole persona. Sometimes he is a man, sometimes a woman. He has been your perfect match, your charming blind date, your one true connection, over and over again. And then he resets you, and the game starts anew. A torrent of images, fragmented and horrifying, began to assault my mind. Not memories, not exactly, but flashes. A genuine smile turning cold. A tablet, photos of me with him, but he looked different in each one. A missing person flyer with my own face. The realization, the gut-wrenching, soul-crushing realization that I was a puppet, a plaything. The woods. I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible. He drove me into the woods. He locked the doors. Sarah nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, he always does. He loves the reveal. He loves watching the horror dawn on you. And then he hits you with it again. The lethargy, the voice, the peace. My head was spinning. The room felt like it was tilting. The memories, once fragmented, were now coalescing into a horrifying tableau. Alex, the charming smile, the drive, the tablet, the shape shifting, the cycle. It was all true. All of it. I was trapped. Panic surged through me. A tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. I wanted to scream, to run, to tear myself free from this nightmare. This was not just a bad date, this was my entire existence, revealed as a cruel, elaborate deception. My loneliness was not a flaw, it was a carefully constructed cage. But even as the terror clawed at my throat, a strange sensation began to creep over me. A profound lethargy, a heavy warmth that spread through my limbs, dulling the sharp edges of my fear. It was familiar, horrifyingly familiar. Sarah's face, etched with despair just moments before, began to soften. Her eyes, still filled with tears, now held a different kind of light. A gentle, comforting warmth. Her voice, which had been urgent and desperate, became impossibly soothing, a melodic hum that resonated deep within me, calming the frantic beat of my heart. Are you okay? Mark, she asked, her voice dripping with genuine concern, a profound sweetness that washed over me like a balm. Her smile, which had been strained and fearful, now bloomed into a radiant, genuinely warm expression. My terror, which had been so absolute, so overwhelming, began to dissolve. It melted away like ice in a warm sun, replaced by a wave of relief, a profound sense of peace. The horrifying memories, the flashes of Alex in dark woods, began to fray at the edges, becoming indistinct, fuzzy, like a dream fading upon waking. I looked at Sarah, truly looked at her. Her eyes were sparkling, her smile captivating. She was beautiful, kind, exactly what I needed. All the fear, the confusion, the lingering sense of dread, it was gone, replaced by a giddy hope, a profound sense of connection. Yes, I heard myself say, the word feeling light and easy on my tongue. Yes, I am okay. I think I just had a weird moment. You know, too much caffeine or something. I even managed a small, embarrassed laugh. She reached across the table, her hand gently covering mine. Her touch was warm, reassuring. Sometimes that happens, does not it? Life can be a lot. I squeezed her hand, feeling a rush of affection, of gratitude. She understood. She really did. You know, she said, her gaze unwavering, her smile unwavering. It is getting a little late, and this place is getting loud. Why do not we go back to my place? We could watch one of those obscure indie films you like. Or just talk. A profound sense of peace settled over me, washing away any lingering doubt, any hint of the darkness that had just threatened to consume me. The idea of going back to her place, of spending more time with this wonderful woman, filled me with a warmth I had not felt in a very long time. It felt like coming home. I would love that. Sarah, I said, my voice soft, filled with genuine happiness. I would really love that. She smiled again, a smile that reached her eyes, a smile that promised comfort and understanding and a connection that felt destined. And for a fleeting, almost imperceptible moment, as she turned to signal for check, her profile caught the dim light from the bar. And for a fraction of a second, just as the last vestiges of my terrifying memories dissolved into nothingness, I thought I saw something shift in her features. A flicker, a different contour to her jaw, a subtle widening of her smile, a glint in her eyes that was just a shade too cold, too knowing. Then it was gone. Just a trick of the light, a tired mind playing games. She turned back to me, her smile still warm, her eyes full of affection. Great, she said, her voice smooth as silk. I knew you would say yes. And as we walked out of the bar, hand in hand, stepping into the cool night air, I felt a profound sense of peace. The cycle had begun anew, and I, once again, had no idea. It is a funny thing, loneliness. It is not just an absence of people, it is a physical ache, a gnawing emptiness that settles deep in your chest and whispers doubts in your ear. It tells you are not enough, that you are unlovable, that you are destined to wander through life as a ghost, unseen and unheard. And when it gets bad enough, you will do anything to make it stop. Anything. I know this feeling well. It is a familiar companion, always lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for an opportunity to strike. I would woken up in my bed, the morning sun streaming through the blinds, feeling off. Like I would had a terrible dream I could not quite recall. A lingering shadow of dread clinging to the edges of my mind. But the details were gone, replaced by that familiar, crushing weight of isolation. I tried to fight it, really I did. I spent a day staring at the walls, scrolling through old photos on my phone, trying to conjure up some sense of connection, some anchor to reality. But every face felt distant, every memory a little hazy. It was like I was looking at someone else's life, someone I used to know. The void was there, a gaping maw in my personal history, and my mind, desperate to fill it, only offered up vague anxieties and a desperate yearning for something more. By the evening, I could not take it anymore. The silence in my apartment was deafening. The quiet hum of the refrigerator sounding like a mocking laugh. My thumb, almost on its own accord, found its way to the App Store icon. It felt like an admission of defeat, a surrender to the very thing I was trying to escape. But the hunger for normalcy, for a human touch, for a simple conversation that did not feel like I was talking to myself, was overpowering. I downloaded a new dating app. Another one. It was a different interface, a different color scheme, but the premise was the same: endless profiles, endless swiping, endless superficial judgments. I filled out my profile with a weary familiarity, vague interests, a carefully curated photo that showed just enough but not too much, a bio that tried to sound optimistic without sounding desperate. It was a performance, and I was exhausted before I even started. Days blurred into weeks. There were a few matches, a few awkward conversations that fizzled out. A couple of dates that were so unremarkable, I have already forgotten them. The cycle was already in full swing, the slow, grinding disappointment that chipped away at my resolve. I was starting to think I was truly broken, that there was something fundamentally wrong with me that repelled genuine connection. The loneliness deepened, twisting itself into a cold, hard knot in my stomach. Then came Ethan. His profile popped up one evening, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of genuine interest. He was handsome, in a relaxed, approachable way, kind eyes, a genuine smile, a scattering of freckles across his nose. His bio was witty, intelligent, and surprisingly specific about his passions: hiking, obscure indie films, cooking elaborate meals. We had so many shared interests, it was almost uncanny. I swiped right, a nervous flutter in my chest. Match. His first message was charming, a clever reference to something in my profile that no one else had picked up on. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, easily transitioning from texting to calls. He had a warm, deep voice that made me feel instantly at ease. We talked about everything and nothing, sharing anecdotes, opinions, dreams. It was like we would known each other for years. Picking up a conversation, we would simply pause. He seemed to understand me in a way no one else ever had, finishing my sentences, anticipating my thoughts. It was exhilarating, almost dizzying. Looking back, I should have seen the signs. That uncanny understanding, that feeling of instant, perfect connection is a hallmark, is not it. The thing that feels too good to be true usually is. But I was so starved for that feeling, so desperate to believe that this time, it was real, that I pushed all my instincts aside. I rationalized it as chemistry, as fate, as the universe finally throwing me a bone. Our first date was perfect. We met for coffee, then decided to grab dinner when we realized neither of us wanted the conversation to end. He was even more charming in person, attentive and engaging. He listened intently, laughed at my jokes, and shared stories about his life that felt honest and vulnerable. He looked at me with an intensity that made me feel seen, truly seen, for the first time in what felt like forever. He made me feel safe, protected. By the end of the evening, I was floating. My heart felt light, my mind clear of the usual anxieties. This was it. I thought this was what I would have been waiting for. This was a connection I would have been so desperately craving. As we stood outside the restaurant, the city lights blurring around us, he smiled that warm, genuine smile. "I do not want this night to end," he said, his eyes locking with mine. "Would you like to come back to my place? We could have another drink, listen to some music." My stomach did a little flip. Part of me, a tiny, buried part, screamed no. It was too soon, too fast. But the louder part, the part that had been suffocating under the weight of loneliness, shouted yes. I wanted to prolong this feeling, this fragile bubble of happiness and connection. I wanted to believe in him. I wanted to believe in us. I would like that, I said, a little breathlessly. His apartment was in a modern building downtown, sleek and minimalist. It was tastefully decorated, with abstract art on the walls and a bookshelf filled with titles I recognized and admired. It felt impersonal, almost like a showroom, but I chalked it up to his sophisticated taste. He offered me a glass of wine, put on some mellow jazz, and we settled onto his plush sofa, continuing our conversation as if we had not moved. The hours melted away. We talked about our dreams, our fears, our pasts. He told me about his childhood, his ambitions, his quiet moments of introspection. He spoke with such sincerity, such openness, that I found myself sharing things I had not told anyone. I felt completely understood, completely accepted. It was intoxicating. As the wine loosened my tongue and the music filled the comfortable silence, my gaze drifted around the room. My eyes landed on a wall to the left of the fireplace, a gallery wall. It was filled with framed photographs, all black and white, all seemingly candid shots. At first, I just registered them as part of the decor, a collection of memories. But then something caught my eye. There was a photo of me. My heart gave a strange lurch. It was a picture of me laughing at a coffee shop I frequented. I remembered that day a few months ago. I was alone, reading a book, feeling a little self-conscious about my messy bun. How could Ethan have taken that? I had not known him then. A knot began to form in my stomach, a cold, hard stone. I pushed it down, tried to rationalize it. Maybe he would see me around, recognize me from my dating profile, and thought it was a coincidence. A strange one, but not impossible. He was looking at me now, smiling, his eyes warm and reassuring. I forced a smile back, trying to appear nonchalant. My eyes, however, kept drifting back to the wall. I noticed the captions beneath the photos now. Small, elegant script. They all read the same thing, our first. Our first what? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Ethan chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Our first memories, he said, his gaze still on me. I like to document them. It is important to remember where you started with someone. Do not you think? A chill ran down my spine, despite the warmth of the wine. It was not a romantic gesture, it felt possessive. But I pushed that thought away, too. He was just sentimental, maybe a little quirky. I was overthinking it. I got up, needing a closer look. My legs felt a little unsteady, whether from the wine or a burgeoning unease. I could not tell. I walked slowly toward the wall, my eyes scanning the frames. There were more photos of me. Me at a park, sitting on a bench, looking lost in thought. Me at a bookstore, browsing the shelves. Me at a local market, holding a basket of fruit. All candid, all taken without my knowledge. And beneath each one, our first, my breath hitched. This was not a coincidence. This was stalking. But why? And why would he display them so openly? My gaze darted to the other faces in the photos. There were other people, too. Women, mostly, but some men, all smiling, all looking happy, all in similar candid shots. Caption our first. They look familiar, somehow like faces from a dream, or perhaps a crowd I would once pass through. But I could not place them. My mind was screaming now, a cacophony of alarm bells, but my body felt frozen. I felt a cold dread seeping into my bones, a sensation I recognized from that hazy morning, that feeling of offness. Then I saw it, tucked in between a photo of me at a cafe and another of a woman I vaguely remember from a brief, forgotten interaction, was a different kind of frame. It was not a photograph. It was a flyer, a missing person flyer. My blood ran cold. The paper was slightly yellowed, creased at the edges, as if it had been pinned up somewhere for a long time. My eyes fixated on the image in the center. It was my face, a recent picture. Two, one I would use for my professional headshot a few months ago. My name was emblazoned in bold letters beneath it, missing. Below my name, a description: female, 5 feet 6 inches, brown hair, brown eyes. Last seen wearing a blue jacket and jeans near the downtown library on date from several months ago, but disturbingly recent in the grand scheme of things. The date, it was a date I could not quite place, but it was from a period where my memory felt particularly fuzzy, a time when I felt a deep sense of disorientation, a vague anxiety that had eventually faded, only to be replaced by the familiar ache of loneliness. My head spun. The room tilted. This was not just stalking. This was something else. Something far more terrifying. My own missing person flyer. In Ethan's apartment. Displayed like a macabre trophy. Ethan. I whispered, my voice barely audible, a strangled sound. He was standing behind me, so close I could feel the heat of his body. His hand rested lightly on my shoulder. His voice, when he spoke, was no longer warm. It was a low, resonant hum, filled with an unsettling satisfaction. You found it, he said, his fingers tracing the outline of my shoulder blade. I knew you would eventually. I whirled around, stumbling back, my eyes wide with terror. His face was different now. The kind eyes were still there, but they held a predatory gleam, a knowing amusement that sent shivers down my spine. The genuine smile was gone, replaced by a thin, cruel curve of his lips. The freckles seemed to darken, almost like shadows. What is this? I stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the flyer. Why do you have that? What does this mean? He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the wall. He cornered me, his presence suddenly overwhelming, suffocating. It means you disappear, my dear, he said, his voice a silken whisper that seemed to echo inside my skull. You disappear from your own life. from the lives of those around you. You wipe the slate clean, forget the pain, forget the fear, forget me. And in doing so, you create a void, a beautiful, empty space, just begging to be filled. My mind raced. Try and make sense of his words. Disappear. Forget. Me. It was too much. Too insane. I do not understand. I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. Who are you? I have never seen you before tonight. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, but you have. Many times. I have been Mark, the sweet artist who adored your quirky sense of humor. I have been Laura, the empathetic soul who understood your deepest insecurities. I have been Daniel, the strong, silent type who made you feel safe. And before that, Sarah, the one who showed you the photo of our first date, the one that finally made you start to question things. The names hit me like physical blows. Mark, Laura, Daniel, Sarah, flashes of faces, fragments of conversations, vague feelings of connection, and then betrayal, horror, and then nothing. Just that persistent emptiness. The Daniel memory, the one from the recap, was trying to surface, struggling against a fog in my mind. The gallery wall, the photos, our first, the crushing realization. It was all there just beneath the surface, trying to break through the amnesia. You are the same. I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. It was you every time. Always, he confirmed, his eyes gleaming. I told you, did not I? You would forget me too. You would wake up with a vague unease, and then, driven by that insatiable loneliness, you would reach out again. And I would be there, in a new form, a new guise, perfectly tailored to your current needs, your current desires. He gestured to the missing person flyer. This is a testament to your resilience, your incredible capacity for self-erasure. Every time you try to escape, every time you try to forget, you do not just forget me. You forget everything connected to that iteration of your life. Friends, routines, even your own address sometimes. You simply vanish. And in that vacuum, in that space you have created, I thrive. My legs gave out, and I slid down the wall, collapsing onto the floor. My head was spinning, my stomach churning. The horror was not just external, it was internal. It was a realization that I was an unwitting participant, that my own desperate loneliness was the engine of this nightmare. I was the host, and he was the parasite, feeding on the very thing that made me human. Why? I choked out, tears now streaming freely down my face. Why me? He knelt before me, his eyes now filled with a strange, almost tender pity. Because you are perfect, my dear. So full of hope, so quick to trust, so desperate for connection, and so wonderfully, reliably forgetful. You are an endless wellspring of that delicious, potent loneliness. It sustains me. It allows me to exist. He reached out, his hand gently cupping my cheek. His touch felt cold, like marble. You try to escape, you delete the apps, you isolate yourself. But the loneliness always wins. It is too powerful. It is a part of you. And it is what draws you back to me every single time. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was tight, constricted by an invisible hand. My body was numb, my mind reeling. The memory of Daniel, of Sarah, of Mark, of Laura, they were all coalescing, forming a terrifying mosaic of deception and pain. He was not just a monster. He was the embodiment of my greatest fear, being utterly alone, yet never truly being free of the thing that made me alone. You will forget this too, he said, his voice dropping to a hypnotic murmur. The memory will fade, replaced by that familiar unease. You will wake up, and the loneliness will be there, a cold hand on your heart. You will tell yourself you need to try again, that this time will be different, and you will open the app store. He leaned in, his breath cool against my ear, and I will be waiting. In a new face, a new name, a new story. Always. Because you always invite me in. You always come back. His grip on my cheek tightened, then he squeezed, and a wave of darkness washed over me. The jazz music seemed to distort, becoming a cacophony of discordant notes. The stylish apartment blurred, then dissolved. The last thing I saw was his predatory smile, gleaming in the fading light. I woke up in my bed. The morning sun streamed through the blinds, just like before. My head ached, a dull throb behind my eyes, and my body felt heavy, as if I would run a marathon. There was a lingering sense of unease, a vague anxiety I could not quite place. It felt like I would have had a terrible nightmare, but the details were gone, replaced by a familiar, crushing emptiness. The loneliness. It was back. It pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. The silence in my apartment was deafening. The quiet hum of the refrigerator, a mocking reminder of my solitude. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, trying to remember what was so important, what I was supposed to be doing. But there was nothing, just the void, the vast, aching void. My thumb, almost on its own accord, found its way to my phone. It felt like an admission of defeat, a surrender to the very thing I was trying to escape. But the hunger for normalcy, for a human touch, for a simple conversation that did not feel like I was talking to myself, was overpowering. My thumb hovered over the App Store icon. I downloaded a new dating app. The cycle continues. The world was a kaleidoscope of broken glass. That is what it looked like through my eyes after Sarah, or whatever it was, handed me that photograph. Me, in that booth, wearing that sweater I could not remember, with its hand on my arm. Our first, it had said, and then the shattering. It was not just a stalker. It was not just a bad date. It was a cycle, a horrifying, self-perpetuating loop of seeking connection, inviting darkness, forgetting, and then doing it all over again. The monsters were not just outside, they were inside. And I, in my desperate loneliness, was their unwitting host. I do not remember leaving the bar. The details are hazy, smeared like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. One moment, Sarah's unsettling smile, the photo, the dawning horror. The next, I was back in my apartment, the door locked, the lights off, curled into a ball on my living room floor, shaking so violently my teeth chattered. Days bled into weeks. I barely moved. The blinds stayed drawn, plunging my small space into perpetual twilight. My phone, once a lifeline, now felt like a buzzing insect, a gateway to the very terror I was trying to escape. I deleted Tinder, then deleted the account, then deleted the email associated with it, as if severing digital ties could somehow unbind me from this insidious curse. It felt futile, like trying to empty an ocean with a thimble. My therapist called, and called, and called. I let them all go to voicemail. What was I supposed to? Say, "Hi, Dr. Evans, turns out my trauma is not just a mental construct. It is an actual shape-shifting entity that keeps dating me and showing me pictures of our past lives together. She would probably have me committed. And honestly, part of me wondered if that would not be a mercy. The isolation, which I would once sought as a shield, now felt like a suffocating blanket. Every shadow held a lurking presence. Every creak of the floorboards was a step towards me. My own reflection in the darkened windows seemed distorted, not quite me, a stranger with hollow eyes and a perpetually terrified expression. Was that what I looked like to it? An open invitation. Sleep offered no respite. My dreams were a twisted carnival of forgotten faces mark. Ethan, Laura, all staring at me with accusation. Sarah, her smile stretching impossibly wide, her eyes morphing from one shade to another, her features shifting, blurring, becoming someone else, then someone else again. Always reaching, always whispering. You invited me in. The hunger was the worst. Not for food, though I barely ate. The hunger for normalcy, for a genuine laugh, A shared glance, a moment of human connection that was not tainted by fear. It gnawed at me, a hollow ache in my chest, a constant, insidious whisper that contradicted the terror. Just one more try. This time will be different. You deserve happiness. It was a trap. I knew it. A siren song lured me back to the rocks. But the loneliness was a physical pain, a crushing weight that made it hard to breathe. The entity, whatever it was, knew this. It understood my deepest vulnerabilities better than I understood myself. It fed on them. It was them. One night, after a particularly vivid nightmare where I was trapped in an endless loop of first dates, each face different, but the eyes always the same, I found myself staring at my phone. My thumb hovered over the app store. Icon. No. No. I slammed the phone down. But the seed had been planted. The thought, once unthinkable, was now a buzzing fly in my ear. A week later, I caved. Not Tinder. I told myself I was smarter now. I chose a different app, one that emphasized meaningful connections and shared interests. It felt safer, less predatory. A fresh start. A new digital identity. I created a profile that was intentionally vague, cautious. No specific details, just vague interests. A few photos that did not show my face clearly. I was a ghost, hoping to attract another ghost. Someone equally wary. His name was Daniel. His profile was understated. A few pictures of him hiking, playing guitar, smiling genuinely. No flashy cars, no shirtless selfies. He looked kind, normal. His bio mentioned a love for indie films, old books, and quiet coffee shops. He seemed safe. We matched. His first message was simple, hey. I saw you, like obscure band I would mention. Any chance you have heard their early stuff? It was specific enough to feel genuine, not a copy-paste opener. We chatted for a few days, the conversations flowing easily. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed to genuinely listen. I found myself laughing, a sound that felt alien and wonderful after weeks of silence. The fear was still there, a knot in my stomach, but it was receding, pushed back by the fragile hope Daniel offered. He felt different. He did not ask about my past, did not pry into my life beyond surface-level questions. He was just present. We decided to meet for coffee, a public place during the day. All the safety precautions I would learn the hard way. I chose a bustling cafe downtown, a place where anonymity was guaranteed amidst the chatter and clatter. I arrived early, nursing a lukewarm latte, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Every person who walked through the door felt like a threat. Then he arrived. He was taller than his picture suggested, with warm brown eyes and a smile that reached them. He wore a simple plaid shirt and jeans, looking exactly as a Daniel should look. Hey, he said, extending a hand. You must be my name. His voice was calm, pleasant. No hidden menace. No unsettling familiarity. We talked for nearly 2 hours. We discussed books, movies, our shared love for dark roast coffee. He told me about his job as a graphic designer, his dreams of opening his own studio. I found myself opening up, sharing anecdotes about my own life, carefully curated to avoid any mention of past traumas. He listened intently, his gaze unwavering, but not unnerving. He made me feel seen, heard, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, safe. There were no subtle claims of having met before. No strange references to my selective memory. No mention of Mark, Ethan, or Laura. He was just Daniel, a normal guy on a normal coffee date. When we finally parted ways, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. He walked me to my car, his presence a comforting warmth beside me. I had a really great time, he said, his smile genuine. Me too. I replied, meaning it. A fragile, exhilarating sense of hope bloomed in my chest. Maybe this time was different. Maybe I could break the cycle. Maybe I could finally find something real. He leaned in, hesitated, then pressed a soft, chaste kiss to my cheek. I would love to do it again soon. I would like that. I whispered, my voice a little breathless. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in months. The fear had not vanished entirely, but it was a distant hum, not a roaring scream. I allowed myself to dream just a little of another date, of a future that was not just an endless loop of terror. The next few days were filled with texts from Daniel. Sweet, thoughtful, funny messages that made me smile. He sent me links to articles about indie films, photos of books he was reading, silly memes. He was consistent, kind, and genuinely interested. My guard, which had been up for so long it felt like a permanent part of my being, began to lower slowly, cautiously. He asked me out again for the following weekend. How about we grab dinner? Then maybe catch a movie at my place. I have got a killer projector set up. A movie at his place. My stomach clenched. No, too fast, too soon. But then the counter-argument emerged. He is a good guy. You need to trust someone eventually. You can't live in fear forever. This is your chance at normalcy. The desperate hunger for connection, the one the entity preyed on, was rearing its head again. I hesitated, then typed out a reply. Sounds great. What kind of movie are we talking? I tried to keep it light, to project an image of casual confidence I did not feel. He suggested an old black and white classic, something quirky and charming. It felt innocuous enough. I agreed. The fear was still there, a dull throb, but the hope was brighter, stronger. I spent the next few days picking out an outfit, wondering what kind of snacks to bring, feeling a flutter of nerves that felt normal, like a normal girl getting ready for a normal date. Saturday evening arrived. I dressed carefully, trying to strike a balance between casual and put together. My heart hammered as I drove to his apartment building, a modern, anonymous-looking complex on the edge of downtown. He met me in the lobby, his smile as warm as ever. He led me up to his apartment, number 4B. The hallway was brightly lit, clean, unremarkable. Everything felt normal. His apartment was tidy, minimalist. A comfortable-looking sofa, a large TV, shelves filled with books and records. No strange altars, no unsettling artwork. Just a normal, clean apartment. Make yourself at home, he said, gesturing to the sofa. Can I get you anything? Drink. Snack. I chose a sparkling water, trying to quell the last vestiges of my anxiety. He disappeared into the kitchen, and I took a deep breath, letting my shoulders relax. See, everything's fine. You are being paranoid. My eyes drifted around the room, taking in the details. A potted plant in the corner, a neatly stacked pile of magazines on the coffee table. Then my gaze landed on the wall opposite the sofa. It was a gallery wall. A common decor choice. But this one was different. It was filled with photographs. Dozens of them, arranged in a sprawling organic pattern. Framed in mismatched frames, some small, some large, some just tacked up with thumbtacks. At first glance, it looked like a collection of memories. My breath hitched. My sparkling water, untouched, felt suddenly heavy in my hand. I saw myself. The first photo was small, tucked into a corner. It was a candid shot of me, laughing, looking over my shoulder. It was from years ago, a trip I took with my college friends. I barely remembered that specific moment. How did he have it? My eyes darted to another. Me, sitting alone in a park, reading a book. A moment I thought was private, solitary. Then another. Me, at a coffee shop, scrolling through my phone. The same coffee shop where I would met Daniel. But this photo was clearly taken before our date. A cold dread began to seep into my bones, chilling me from the inside out. This was not just a coincidence. This was not normal. My gaze moved slowly, deliberately, across the wall. The photos were not just of me. They were of me with others. But the others, they were not my friends. They were not my family. There was a photo of me, smiling, sitting across from a man with dark hair and intense eyes. My specific sweater, a glass of bourbon on the table. The same sweater, the same bourbon, the same booth. My blood ran cold. It was a photo Sarah had shown me. But in this one, Sarah was not there. It was him. A different man, but the same scene. And then I noticed at the faint, almost imperceptible blur where Sarah's hand had been, now replaced by his arm, casually resting on mine. The caption beneath it, scrawled in a familiar script, "Read our first." I gasped, a strangled sound that caught in my throat. "Everything okay?" Daniel's voice came from behind me, startling me. He was holding a tray with 2 glasses of wine and a bowl of olives. He looked perfectly normal, perfectly charming. I turned slowly, my eyes wide with terror, unable to speak. I pointed a trembling finger at the wall. "What is this?" He set the tray down on the coffee table, his movements unhurried, his smile still in place, but something in his eyes had shifted. The warmth was gone, replaced by a deep, unsettling knowing. "That," he said, his voice soft, almost tender, "is our story." He walked toward the wall, his gaze sweeping over the photographs with proprietary air. "You have always been so good at forgetting. Have not you? Such a convenient little trick. That selective memory of yours. It makes things so much easier for me. For us." He pointed to a photo of me with Mark, my high school boyfriend, the boy who broke my heart and started this whole spiral. But in the photo, Mark's face was subtly distorted, his features subtly shifting, almost imperceptibly, towards Daniel's. Mark was a good choice. Daniel mused, tracing the outline of the photo with his finger. So full of youthful angst, so easy to manipulate. He cracked you right open, did not he? Made you vulnerable, made you ready. My knees felt weak. I stumbled backward, clutching at the back of the sofa for support. "You were Mark." The words were a choked whisper. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that sent shivers down my spine. I was a part of him. Yes. A whisper in his ear. The darkness he harbored, made manifest. Just as I was a part of Ethan. And Laura. They were all doorways, my dear. All invitations. He moved to another photo. Me, with Ethan, the guy who betrayed me, leaving me feeling used and discarded. Ethan's face, too, was subtly altering, the lines blurring, the eyes deepening to match Daniel's. Ethan was less subtle, he continued, his voice taking on a lecturing tone, as if explaining a complex concept to a slow child. He showed you the ugliness of trust, the pain of intimacy. He taught you to fear connection, even as you craved it. A perfect paradox for our purposes. Then he stopped at a photo of Laura, my supposed best friend, who'd abandoned me when I needed her most. Laura's face, too, was becoming Daniel's. And Laura, he said, his voice laced with a strange affection. Ah, Laura, the ultimate betrayal. The one who showed you that even those closest to you could turn away. She cemented your isolation, did not she? Made you truly believe you were alone, unlovable. He turned to me, his smile wide and unsettling. And that is when I knew you were truly ready. Truly ripe for the picking. So full of self-blame, self-doubt, and that glorious, desperate hunger for someone, anyone, to see you, to understand you, to love you. My mind reeled. This was not just Daniel. This was not just Sarah. This was it. The entity. The embodiment of my trauma. Shifting, twisting, wearing faces like masks, always there, always waiting. You are all of them. I stammered, my voice barely audible. You are the cycle. Precisely, he said, beaming. He gestured to the wall. And this is the record. Every first date. Every moment of hope. Every moment of despair. Every time you reached out. Every time you invited me in. My eyes scanned the wall again, now seeing with horrifying clarity. There were photos of me with countless different faces, men and women, all vaguely attractive, all seemingly normal. Some were blurry like old, forgotten memories. Others were sharp, vivid. Each one had a caption, scrawled in that same familiar hand, our first. Another first. Still another first. And in every single one, the face of my companion, whether male or female, was subtly, terrifyingly shifting, morphing, blurring at the edges, hinting at the true, underlying form. And somewhere in the background of many, a faint, almost ghostly image of Sarah, or Daniel, or another face I could not quite place, lurking in the shadows, watching. My gaze landed on a photo I did not recognize at all. Me, looking younger, sitting in a dimly lit room, holding a small, intricately carved wooden bird. My expression was serene, almost innocent, and beside me, a shadowy figure, its features indistinct, but its hand resting gently on my arm. Our very first, the caption read, "My oldest memory, stolen and twisted." You see, Daniel continued, his voice a silken thread, drawing me deeper into the nightmare. You think you are escaping. You delete the apps, you isolate yourself, you try to forget. But forgetting is just another form of invitation. It leaves a void, a space for me to fill. And that hunger of yours, that desperate need for connection, it is a beacon, my dear, a lighthouse guiding me home, every single time. He moved closer to me, his eyes now completely devoid of any human warmth, reflecting only a vast, ancient hunger. You rebuild your walls, brick by painful brick, and then the loneliness becomes too much. The craving for normalcy, for someone to see you, becomes unbearable. And you reach out, you swipe right, you download another app, and you invite me in all over again. He reached out, his hand gently touching my cheek. It felt cold like marble. You called me an entity, a manifestation of your trauma. And you are not entirely wrong. I am the echo of your fear, the shadow of your loneliness, the consequence of your repeated vulnerability. I am the monster you keep feeding, the darkness you keep welcoming. I could not move. My feet felt rooted to the floor. My throat was tight, choked with unspoken screams. All I could do was stare at the wall, at the endless gallery of my stolen life, my forgotten past, my perpetual entrapment. But I am also your constant, he whispered, his thumb caressing my cheek. Your only true companion. Because no matter how many times you try to escape, no matter how many times you forget, I will always be here, waiting, watching, ready to greet you for our next first date. His smile widened, stretching his features into something grotesque. Something that was not quite Daniel anymore, but a shifting, amorphous horror. The other faces on the wall seemed to ripple, to stir, their eyes all turning towards me, a silent chorus of forgotten encounters. And you know what the best part is, he murmured, his voice now a chorus of whispers, a symphony of all the voices I would ever known, all the people who'd hurt me, all the faces on the wall. Soon, you will forget this encounter too. You will forget Daniel. You will forget Sarah. You will forget the wall. You will wake up, perhaps in your own bed, with a vague sense of unease, a lingering chill. And then the loneliness will start to creep back in, and you will reach out again, and I will be there, in a new form, with a new name, ready for our next first. He leaned in, his breath cold against my ear. Because you always invite me in. The apartment began to spin. The photos on the wall seemed to swell, to engulf me, their countless eyes staring into my soul. The faces blurred, merging into one terrifying, shapeless entity. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped. My vision tunneled. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me was Daniel's smiling face. 1,000 faces, forever etched into a horrifying tapestry of my own undoing. I woke up in my bed. The blinds were drawn. My apartment was quiet, a dull ache throbbed behind my eyes. I sat up, disoriented, a strange sense of dread clinging to me like a shroud. I could not shake the feeling that I had forgotten something important, something terrifying. My phone lay on my nightstand. I picked it up, my thumb hovering over the App Store icon. The loneliness was a cold, empty ache in my chest. Just one more try. This time will be different. You deserve happiness. I opened the App Store, and I downloaded a new dating app. My screen self-made a swift downward motion. The butter knife, reflecting the harsh fluorescent light of the kitchen, glinted. Laura's pleading voice, already strained with terror, transformed into a choked gasp, then a raw, guttural scream that seemed to tear through the fabric of the apartment, through the very air around me. There was a sickening, wet squelch, a sound that burrowed deep into my eardrums and coiled like a viper in my stomach. Then, the blood. It bloomed across Laura's shirt, a dark, crimson flower spreading rapidly from her chest. Her eyes, wide with disbelief and agony, locked onto screen me. My screen self, a distorted, monstrous version of myself, pulled the knife free with another wet sound, the blade now glistening with repulsive sheen. Laura's body slumped, a lifeless weight against the kitchen table. I could not breathe. My lungs felt like they were filled with concrete. My eyes were glued to the screen, to the horror unfolding, to my hands, my face, drenched in an unthinkable act. The room around me, Ethan's apartment, the seamless screen, all of it faded into a terrifying blur. All that existed was the image of myself, a murderer, standing over a dying woman. Ethan's voice, calm and unervingly soft, cut through the roaring in my ears. Remember now, he whispered. I tore my gaze from the screen, my head snapping towards him. He stood there, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips, his eyes fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. They were not accusatory, not angry, just observant, as if he was watching a chemical reaction, waiting for the inevitable explosion. No, I choked out the word a desperate, pathetic plea. No, that is not real. That is not me. He merely raised an eyebrow, his smile widening slightly. Is not it? The screen flickered, showing another angle. This time, I saw my screen self's face in close-up. The eyes were cold, devoid of emotion. The mouth was set in a grim line. It was undeniably me. Every single feature. The small scar above my left eyebrow, the slight asymmetry of my nose, the way my hair fell across my forehead. It was me, and I had just stabbed Laura. A wave of nausea crashed over me. My stomach heaved. My mind screamed in protest, rejecting the image, rejecting the possibility. I would never hurt anyone in my life. I was a good person, a normal person. This was a lie. A sick, twisted, elaborate lie. You faked this. I stammered, my voice trembling, barely audible. This is a trick. A deep fake. Whatever you call it. Ethan chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that sent shivers down my spine. And why would I do that? To scare me. To mess with me. He tilted his head, his gaze unwavering. Or to make you remember. The word echoed in my skull, remember. Remember what? A memory I could not access. A horror so profound my mind had simply erased it. The thought was more terrifying than the video itself. Because if I could not remember, then it meant my own mind was a stranger, a treacherous landscape capable of hiding such atrocities. I do not know what you are talking about, I said, my voice rising, bordering on a shout. Let me go. I am leaving. I pushed myself up from the chair, my legs shaking so violently I almost collapsed. Ethan did not move, did not try to stop me. He just watched. That unnerving, knowing gaze. It felt like he was seeing straight into my soul, dissecting my every thought, my every fear. I stumbled towards the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I fumbled with the handle, my fingers slick with cold sweat. It would not turn. It was locked. Panic, raw and unadulterated, Seize me. I rattled the handle, then pounded on the wood. Let me out. Open the damn door. Ethan's voice, still calm, cut through my frenzy. You think you can just walk away from this? I spun around, my eyes wild. He was still standing there, unmoving, a silent, terrifying sentinel. The screen behind him still displayed the gruesome tableau of Laura's body, a constant reminder of the nightmare. I do not know what you want. I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. Money. What? Just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear. He sighed, a sound of almost theatrical disappointment. It is not about what I want. It is about what you need to face. I did not wait for another word. Adrenaline surged through me. I did not know what he meant, did not care. All I knew was I had to get out. I lunged at him, a desperate, clumsy attack fueled by pure terror. He was taller than me, broader, but I was blinded by panic. I slammed into him, pushing with all my might. He stumbled back, caught off guard. It was enough. I did not look back. I threw myself at the door again, twisting the handle. This time it turned. Or maybe it had never been locked at all, just my panic mind making it so. I burst out into the hallway, not caring where I was going, just running. Down the stairs, 2 at a time, heart pounding, lungs burning. I heard no footsteps behind me, no shouts. Just the echo of Laura's scream, and Ethan's chilling whisper, remember now. I do not know how I got home. The next few weeks were a blur of nightmares and waking paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hold Ethan's calm, knowing face. Every unfamiliar sound made me jump. I saw Laura's pleading eyes in the faces of strangers, and my own monstrous reflection in every mirror. I tried to rationalize it. It had to be a hallucination, a stress-induced breakdown, a sick prank. But the images were too vivid, the sounds too real. And the worst part was the gnawing uncertainty. What if Ethan was right? What if I had done something unspeakable and my mind had simply walled it off? I went to therapy, but how do you explain something like that? A man I met online showed me a video of myself murdering someone, and I can't remember if it is real. They would lock me up. So I spoke in vague terms about anxiety, about a traumatic event I could not quite recall, about feeling watched. The therapist nodded, prescribed medication, suggested coping mechanisms. None of it helped. I changed my locks. I bought a cheap security camera for my front door. I checked it constantly, convinced Ethan would appear. He never did, but the feeling of being watched never left. It was a cold, constant prickle on the back of my neck. I could not shake the image of my own face on that screen, those dead eyes, that grim resolve. It was not just the act of violence, it was a chilling lack of emotion. Who was that person? Was that truly me? If so, then everything I thought I knew about myself was a lie. The guilt, a heavy, suffocating blanket, settled over me. Guilt for something I could not remember doing, for a crime I could not prove I had not committed. It was a torment beyond words. I stopped sleeping. I lost weight. My friends noticed, but I pushed them away. How could I explain? How could I be around anyone, knowing what I might be capable of? Finally, after months of this living hell, I made a decision. I had to escape. Not just Ethan, not just a memory, but the entire environment that had birthed this nightmare. I packed my life into boxes, sold my apartment, and moved halfway across the country to a new city where no one knew my name, where every street was unfamiliar, every face a stranger. I chose a small, unassuming apartment on the 3rd floor of an old brick building, far from the bustling downtown, hoping anonymity would bring peace. For a while it worked. The new city was a blank slate. The crushing paranoia began to recede, replaced by a cautious optimism. I started a new job, a quiet, solitary position that did not require much interaction. I even started going to a local coffee shop, try to rebuild some semblance of a normal life. That is where I met Sarah. She was an artist, a painter with bright, curious eyes and contagious laugh. We talked for hours over lukewarm lattes, discussing everything from abstract expressionism to the absurdities of modern dating. She was witty, intelligent, and genuinely kind. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt a spark of something real, something good. She made me forget, even if only for a few hours, the horror that had haunted my past. We went on a few more dates. Dinner, a walk in the park, an art gallery opening. Each time, I felt myself relaxing a little more, letting my guard down. She did not ask too many questions about my past, and I did not offer any answers. It was a silent agreement, a mutual understanding that we were both starting fresh. She was a breath of fresh air, a ray of sunshine cutting through perpetual gloom I would live under. I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I could actually heal, that I could find happiness again. One evening, after a particularly wonderful dinner, I found myself walking her back to her car. The city lights twinkled around us, a comforting backdrop. We lingered, talking, laughing, until a comfortable silence settled between us. My heart pounded, a mixture of nerves and anticipation. This was it. This was the moment. "Hey," I said, my voice a little rougher than I intended. Would you like to come up? For a drink?" She smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached her eyes. "I would love to." A wave of relief washed over me. This was it. A new beginning. I led her back to my building, my mind buzzing with a cautious excitement. I unlocked a heavy downstairs door. Then we climbed the 2 flights of stairs to my apartment. The hallway was dimly lit, a familiar scent of old wood and dust hanging in the air. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking slightly. I was nervous, but in a good way, a normal way. This was new territory, exciting territory. I finally found the right key, inserted it into the lock, and turned. The click echoed in the quiet hallway. I pushed the door open, gesturing for her to go in first. "Welcome to my humble abode," I said, trying to sound lighthearted. She stepped inside, and I followed, closing the door behind me. The apartment was dark, the evening sun having already set. I reached for the light switch, but before my fingers could connect, Sarah had already found it. The living room was bathed in the warm glow of the overhead light. "Cozy," she said, looking around. "I like what you have done with the place." I blinked, a flicker of something unsettling passing through me. "Oh, thanks. It is still a work in progress." I had not given her a tour, had not even mentioned any details about the apartment beyond its general location. And how did she know where the light switch was? In a dark hallway, in an apartment she would never been to. I brushed it off. Coincidence. Maybe she saw me fumbling, knew where to look. She walked towards a small kitchen area, which was open to the living room. "Mind if I grab a water? I know you keep them on the top shelf." My blood ran cold. The water bottles were on the top shelf, tucked away behind some rarely used glasses. It was a habit I would pick up in my old apartment, a way to keep them out of sight. I had not mentioned it to anyone. Not even my closest friends knew that. Sure, I managed, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. "Help yourself." She opened the fridge with an easy familiarity, pulling out a bottle. She did not even glance inside before reaching. As she turned, she paused, her eyes scanning the counter. "Oh, did you leave something on the burner again? Looks like a little scorch mark there." She pointed to a tiny, almost invisible ring on the laminate counter, right next to the stove. My breath hitched. I had, in fact, accidentally left the pan on too high a heat just that morning, and it had left that faint mark. It was so small, I would barely notice it myself. I certainly had not told anyone. A cold dread began to seep into my bones, replacing the earlier excitement. This was not just coincidence. This was not just observation. This was something else. Something deeply, profoundly unsettling. No, I do not think so. I lied, my voice weak. Must have been there when I moved in. She gave a small, knowing smile. Right? She took a sip of water, her eyes moving around the living room. She paused at my bookshelf, which held a haphazard collection of novels, nonfiction, and a few graphic novels. You still arrange your books by color. I see. My heart hammered against my ribs. I did arrange my books by color. It was a quirky habit I would had since college, a visual quirk that made my shelves look more aesthetically pleasing to me. No one else knew this. It was a secret, an internal quirk I would never shared. My mind raced, desperately trying to find an explanation. Had I posted a picture of my bookshelf online once? Had I mentioned it in passing to someone who might have told her? No. I was meticulous about my privacy after Ethan. I had not posted anything personal, had not shared anything like this. The paranoia, the fear I thought I would escape, began to claw its way back. Ethan's face flashed in my mind, his calm, knowing smile. Remember now. The question echoed, but this time it felt different. It was not about the video anymore. It was about her. Sarah, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. My mouth felt dry, like sandpaper. How do you know all this? She turned from the bookshelf, her smile still in place, but it seemed to hold a new, unsettling quality. A hint of something predatory, something calculating. Her bright eyes, which I found so charming, now seemed to pierce straight through me. Know what exactly, she asked, her tone light, almost teasing. The water bottles, the scorch mark, my books, the light switch. You have never been here before. I have not told you any of this. She took another sip of water, her gaze unwavering. Oh, come on. I am just observant. And you mentioned the water bottles once. I think, and the scorch mark, anyone could see that if they looked closely. As for the books, well, it is a pretty unique way to organize them. I just guessed. Her explanations were plausible individually, but together, they formed an impossible tapestry of coincidence. My gut screamed. This was not normal. This was not right. No, I said, shaking my head. That is not it. You know things you should not know. Her smile faded, replaced by a look of profound sadness, mixed with something else. Recognition, pity, and a cold, hard glint I could not quite place. She walked slowly toward my small coffee table, picking up a framed photograph. It was an old picture of me and my parents, taken years ago on a family vacation. I would put it out as an attempt to make the new apartment feel more like home. She looked at the photo, her thumb tracing the edge of the frame. You look so much happier here, she said, her voice soft, almost mournful. Happier than you did in the other place. My blood ran cold. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing it on me. The other place. She could not know about the other place. My old apartment. The one where the nightmare began. The one I would fled from. What other place? I asked, my voice a strained whisper, barely audible over the frantic pounding of my heart. She turned to me, her eyes, once so warm and inviting, now held a deep, unsettling sorrow. Her smile was gone completely. The old apartment, she said, her voice dropping to a low, chilling register. The one with the yellow couch. You remember, do not you, the one where you kept Laura. The name hit me like a physical blow, a sledgehammer to the chest. Laura, the butter knife, the screams, the blood, and the yellow couch, the couch in my old living room, the one I would hated, the one I would left behind. It all slammed into me at once, a torrent of horrifying images, disjointed flashes of a past I had desperately tried to bury. I saw her face, Laura's face, pleading, terrified. I saw my hand, holding the knife, not a butter knife, but a gleaming, sharp kitchen knife. I saw the yellow couch, stained dark, and then Ethan's face superimposed over Sarah's, his calm voice whispering, "Remember now." But this time, the memory was not of me stabbing Laura. It was of Laura, tied to that yellow couch, her eyes wide with terror. And it was not me with the knife. It was someone else. Someone tall, shadowy, menacing. My mind was a kaleidoscope of broken glass, fragments of truth and manipulation swirling together. No, I gasped, clutching my head. No, that is not right. The video Ethan showed me I was the one with the knife. Sarah's expression hardened, her sadness morphing into something colder, something akin to steel. Ethan showed you what he wanted you to see, what you needed to see to start cracking that wall you built around yourself. But he was not showing you the whole truth. Not yet. She stepped closer, her eyes blazing with an intensity that made me instinctively recoil. My name is not Sarah. It is Emily, and Laura was my sister. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken horror. Emily, Laura's sister. Ethan, it was all connected. A web of vengeance, of twisted truths and manipulated memories. Ethan, he was Laura's brother. Emily continued, her voice trembling now, but with rage, not fear. He knew you had done something to her. He knew you had hidden it, even from yourself. He tried to make you remember, to confess. He stalked you. He filmed you. He planted those cameras, those screens. He showed you what you needed to see to break your denial. My mind reeled. The video, the butter knife, the screams. Had Ethan manipulated it? Or had my own mind, in its desperate attempt to protect itself, twisted the narrative, made me the monster, rather than facing the true horror of what had happened to Laura? What happened to Laura? I whispered, my voice raw with dread. Emily's eyes filled with tears, but her gaze remained unwavering. You did not kill her, not directly, but you were there. You watched. You did nothing. You let Ethan do it. The pieces clicked into place, a horrifying mosaic forming in my shattered mind. The shadowy figure with the knife. Ethan, he was not just a stalker, he was a murderer. And I had been an accomplice, or a terrified witness whose memory had betrayed him. He blamed you, Emily said, her voice now a low growl, for not helping her, for letting him get away with it. He tried to make you suffer, to make you remember, to make you confess. I did not know. I stammered, tears streaming down my face. I swear, I do not remember seeing him with the knife. My mind had just showed me myself. Your mind protected you. Emily said, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. From the truth, from your own cowardice. But I am here to make sure you remember everything. She reached into her purse, her movements deliberate, unhurried. My eyes widened in terror. Was she going to pull out a weapon? Was this her revenge? Would I finally pay for a crime I had not committed, but had allowed to happen? She pulled out a small, black voice recorder. Ethan never trusted anyone. Not even me. He recorded everything. Every conversation, every detail of what he did and what you did. He sent it to me, just in case. She pressed a button. A low, distorted voice filled the room. Ethan's voice. And then another voice, pleading, whimpering. Laura's voice. And then my own voice, terrified, begging, pleading with someone. Not Laura, with Ethan. Begging him to stop. Begging him not to hurt her. The full, unvarnished truth crashed over me, a tidal wave of agonizing memories. I had not been the one with the knife, but I had been there. I had seen it. I had been tied up myself, a terrified, helpless witness, my own life threatened if I spoke, if I moved. My mind, in its desperate attempt to cope, had twisted the perpetrator into myself, a defense mechanism against the unimaginable terror of witnessing such an act and the crushing guilt of my own helplessness. Emily watched me, her face a mask of sorrow and grim satisfaction. He left a trail. He wanted you to find it. He wanted you to remember. And then he wanted me to finish what he started. Finish what? I choked out, my voice hoarse. She did not answer. Instead, she just looked at me, a long, assessing gaze that stripped away all my defenses, all my carefully constructed walls. I was exposed, raw. The monster was not me, not in the way I thought, but I was still complicit, still guilty. The police are, and that was today's daily story. Remember, behind every swipe, there could be more than just a match. If you enjoyed this tale, make sure to subscribe and join us tomorrow for another story you won't want to miss.